Okay, hi, good evening, everybody, and I hope you can hear me. This is Michael Robbins, and we're webinaring here with Tuija. We've just had a okay, yes, I'm being advised as to how to do this, and I hope I can do that. Yes, so far it appears to be the case, but we will see. Anyway, we've just had a 6-hour vigil with opportunity to meditate on many of the excellent words from Master DK. I think there are about 506 references on the new group of world servers. Anyway, we are planning for next year together because now 6 years have passed and the festival week of the new group of world servers is coming up. And that will be from, I believe, from the 21st of December to the 28th of December. Okay. I think. This is not seen. Okay. Why this is not right. Seen? Let's see. Show screen. Am I visible, by the way? I need a voice of God to tell me whether I am visible.
Yes, you're visible with the graphic and new group of world servers in the final years of the Forerunner.
Okay, I am now visible. Okay. Very good. All right. Well, tonight we have a very, I think, a very informative program planned for you, and also the opportunity for your own participation. Excuse my occasional cough. We have as presenters Phillip Lindsay, William Meter, Elena Dramcini, Uta Gabey, and Alexandr Ilchuk, and Katia Kaufman. Okay, now I'm being advised to go to number 2. And there is number 2, so that should make it much clearer than just my own words. Now, we actually have a little bit of extra time built into this schedule because last year we had we really needed more time. At 9:30 tonight will be part 3, 9:30 GMT, and it will be a service meditation broadcast. So you'll go back to your YouTube link, which is always the same now, the one you used before. But meanwhile, we'll see how the timing goes towards the end. Okay? Michael, people aren't seeing, so it should be. Well, no, they tell me they are seeing. Joe, are we visible?
Do we see number 2, slide number 2?
Do you see this schedule, Joe?
It's still on the new group of world servers in the final years.
Uh-huh. Well, that's very strange. Why is that not moving forward? Okay, hold on. Let's just, still on the new group of world servers. Okay, it says show screen is paused. Now you should see it. Okay, I'm really sorry for any, I guess it was switching from one format to another. Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. We have, actually on the right-hand side of the screen, we have not just one god, but it's really Mount Olympus. And we have several gods. And occasionally different voices will chime in and correct this poor mortal who is only trying to do all this technological stuff without any Ray 5. But so it's Mount Olympus, the voice of many gods, and hopefully we get everything straight for you. All right. Now, onward.
So I am welcoming also to all of you, and we should be moving to the slide number 3. Okay. We are trying to coordinate our work here, and it was very quick change. and hopefully some of you have been with us. It has been wonderful 6 hours already. And now what we are going to do, we have also some readings from Master DK, if that is needed. We hope that you participate very actively with us, because we have that wonderful opportunity with all of the people who have been coming along and who are going to share with you all their beautiful presence and their experiences and their stamina and their willingness to go forward. And then when we think that we have only these last final years, it's so little time, only 6 years to go. Michael, if you move to the number 4 now. So we have here and there 1 minute silence, just in order to gather the energies and focus with the group. So let us start with that we are standing in the group unity and strength. And 1 minute silence for recognition, recognizing the presence of the Christ and presence of hierarchy and what we are here to do. And we may sound quietly on, ja voimme lausua hiljaa on. And we have here some text. Michael, would you like to read these few texts?
Okay, friends. So, the forming of the new group of world servers. We'll keep these things in mind because we're going to cover this subject from many angles. Members of the new group of world servers are gathered from all branches of human enterprise, of which organized religion is only one. First, there are scientists who, repudiating violently the unproven, yet are giving all they have of scientific ability and knowledge to the service of humanity, each in his chosen scientific field. Secondly, there are men of financial stature who regard money as a responsibility to be dispensed wisely in the service of others, yet the mystical or occult terminology may mean nothing whatsoever to them. Thirdly, there are educators preoccupied with wise formulations of knowledge and with an encyclopedic understanding of the garnered wisdom of the ages, which they seek to utilize in fitting the younger generation to live beautifully, constructively, and creatively. And lastly, in this list, there are churchmen and religious leaders in some one or other of the world religions who are not tied or handicapped by the form. The spirit of light is in them, and they intelligently love their fellow men. All of these people, if they are members of the new group of world servers, must inevitably be reflecting thinkers, must have creative objectives, must be truly intelligent, and must have added expanding love to their intelligence. Okay, I have it. If you want to do it, well, hold on. Go ahead.
Forget not that, in detail, the new group of world servers is composed of the following groups. 1. Initiates and disciples who are consciously a part of the great white lords. 2. Aspirants and lesser disciples who are affiliated with the hierarchy, but who do not usually possess that continuity of consciousness which will come later. 3. Those upon the probationary path who are not yet affiliated with the hierarchy. They are, however, subject to hierarchical impression and are determined to serve their fellow men. 4. An increasing number of people who respond to the idealism and the purpose of the new group of world servers and who will rapidly join the group. So let us now all sound the mantra of World Servers Group. Oh, I'm sorry, I started to talk in Finnish. We do that only in English now. Okay. May the power of the one life pour through the group of all true servers. May the love of the one soul characterize the lives of all who seek to aid the great ones. May we fulfill our part in the one work through self-forgetfulness, harmlessness, and right speech. And again, let us stand for 1 minute in silence of invocation. And now, dearest friends, we have the slide number 9. And we are going to have something wonderful. We can introduce and welcome our wonderful friend, wise man from all around the planet, Phillip Lindsay. And because I was putting underneath the image is that where we are coming, but this person is a disciple who cannot be pinpointed to any spot in the world. So he is cosmopolitan, Phillip Lindsay. And Michael, maybe you want to say something.
Yes, we're very happy to have Phillip, because his knowledge of planetary history and astrology and his dedication to the work, all these things have proven themselves over and over. As a matter of fact, really, you know, it's a distinguished group of people here tonight who are really, really committed to the work. And wherever Phillip is on the planet, I always feel connected to him. But it's a bit like what's that? There's a Heisenberg uncertainty principle, isn't there? you can't tell the momentum and the location of a subatomic particle at the same time. So I don't know where we're getting this webinar from. Phillip can tell us, but it's going to be, in the words that he's given us, an astrological overview of the approach to 2025 of planetary and race cycles that will be influencing the destiny of the nations during this time of planetary crisis and opportunity. And our hope is, you know, that every presenter will have, you know, roughly 20, 25 minutes, and then
20 minutes.
20 minutes. You're doing the Saturn thing. Okay.
I want that everybody has time to question, because it has been always too little time. So I suggest that write your questions down, because there are coming a lot of information. And then also I want to notice that that you note that if you look the image, that who is the teacher in the center.
Phillip,
Okay,
please.
you want me to talk now?
Yes, you can. And by the way, your screen, we can make you the presenter if you want to show your screen. Okay. So.
Well, I'm just reading from my screen, so all people will see is what I'm reading. So I might just leave it.
Okay, whatever you like.
How's the volume anyway, Michael?
Okay.
How is the volume?
The volume is just great. You're fine.
All right. Very kind introduction. Thank you both. And I wish I'd come up with that name, Cosmopolitan. Today I'm in Portugal, and I've been here for 3 months. And next week I'm going to be going to Indonesia to do a bit of Lemurian exploration. But for this webinar, I've titled it An Astro-Historical View of the 7-Year Festivals of the New Group of World Servers, and gives a little bit of background, where we've come from, where we are now, and where we're going to. So we can discuss, obviously, in the open session afterwards, but it's probably best if I just read from here now and lay down a few facts. So let us begin. The full moon period for Capricorn in December 2018 coincided with the winter solstice, supercharging and combining these two important spiritual events. In many ways, this current Capricorn festival is a warm-up for the 7-year cycle of the new group of world servers that occurs in Capricorn in December 2019. The last 7-year cycle of the new group of world servers was in December 2012, closely coinciding with the end of the Mayan calendar. And I have a link to this. I'm going to put this article on my website later, and I'll post a link for that if anyone wants to read it. So in 1925, now in 2025 is the 100-year anniversary of the founding of the new group of world servers, where DK states that the emergence of a band of conditioning souls under the name of the new group of world servers has been possible since 1925. Of course, we probably know too that 1925 was the period when the hierarchy shifted gears for the first time since Atlantean days and moved their ashrams from the mental plane to the Buddhic level, and was also the period when the Master A assumed the mantle of the Hechal, the Lord of Civilization. So 1925 and 2025 are the dates set for the once-in-a-century meetings or conclaves of the Masters of Wisdom. They will have a particularly earnest decision to make about the timing of their reappearance and may already have a fair idea of when that might be. 2025 is the beginning of a cycle of the fourth ray of harmony through conflict, also known as the ray of art and beauty, a ray that has a particular affinity with humanity and which has been out of incarnation for a very long time. So, 1935. Although the new group of world servers has been possible since 1925, the year 1935 was the first Capricorn festival impulse that inaugurated all the following 7-year cycles. Decade tells us, quote, in December 1935, the energies of Capricorn were augmented by the pouring in of forces from a still greater constellation, which is to our zodiac what the zodiac is to the Earth. This augmentation will take place again in 1942. By means of this augmentation during the coming Aquarian zodiacal cycle, groups on Earth can avail themselves of the tide of Capricornian influences, which will flow into our radius of registration every 7 years, unquote. So in 1942, just as the recent full moon coincided with the solstice in 2018, there was a full moon at the solstice almost 77 years ago on December the 22nd, 1942, in the first degree of Capricorn Cancer. The new group of world servers must have availed themselves of these potent forces to help reverse the tide of World War II that hitherto was going the way of the Axis powers. As I've discussed many times in my writings, 1942 was a do or die moment for hierarchy and humanity. It was when the tide of the war turned in favor of the forces of light with the aid of the so-called Lords of Liberation. Yet since that time, the war has redeveloped in a third phase upon the mental plane, in the world of clashing ideologies, threatening to precipitate upon the physical plane again. The door where evil dwells has drifted ajar again as the forces of materialism seek to control humanity, knowing full well the imminent externalization of hierarchy. Here, the words of artist and poet William Blake come to mind. Quote, I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, unquote. The new group of world servers must step up their efforts of consciously cooperating with hierarchy, of recognizing and tasking their role as a mediator between hierarchy and humanity to ensure that the scales tip in favor of the greater plan. As touched upon earlier, the 1942 and 2018 Capricorn festivals have a remarkable commonality. They both fell on the full moon and the solstice. This is the fourth time that this coincidence has occurred since 1942. Hence, the recent Capricorn festival links the 1942 global crisis with the 2018 global crisis as a prelude and build-up to the new group of world servers festival week of December 2019. There is much work to do in the ensuing full moon festivals leading up to December 2019. With regard to 1942, we are reminded of the stunning comments from the Master DK about that period. He says, the evil forces were closer to success than any of you have ever dreamed. They were so close to success in 1942 that there were 4 months when the members of the spiritual hierarchy had made every possible arrangement to withdraw from human contact for an indefinite and unforeseen period of time. We believed that man would go down to defeat owing to his selfishness and his misuse of the principle of free will. We made all the preparations to withdraw, and yet at the same time we struggled to get humanity to choose rightly and to see the issues clearly. The mental potency of the forces of evil was overcome, and the energy of the future was directed or impelled by those who were seeking the higher human values and the spiritual good of mankind, unquote. Indeed, in this day and age of 2019, the energy of the future, quote unquote, must be re-invoked, the higher human values emphasized with the spiritual good of mankind. When the sun moved northward in 1942, after the Capricorn solstice and full moon, the war had been won esoterically, leaving another 3 years for it to precipitate into physical plane reality in 1945. Now, almost 77 years on, the world is in a similar situation, but it is a far more subtle and less obvious crisis for the unawakened masses than it was in 1942. In the past few decades, fascism has reared its ugly head again and is present in the expression of many Western nations. Yet there is also a corresponding marked resistance steadily emerging. Nevertheless, humanity and the new group of world servers cannot live in a fool's paradise, in an aspirational, self-satisfied fantasy of blind faith that everything will be okay, despite the fact that the new group of world servers may have expanded and strengthened its position. DK informs us that, quote, they, the new group of world servers, can now come in because of the work already done by the group of souls who hastened their entrance into incarnation. These souls, because of their point in evolution, because of their impressibility to the group idea and to the plan, can come into incarnation and begin, more or less, to work out that plan and evoke a response to it in the human consciousness. They are thus in a position to prepare the way for the coming of the Lord, unquote. So the actual time for the reappearance will be decided in 2025 at the once-in-a-century conclave of the Great White Brotherhood. The reappearance may be very soon, a few years after 2025, or it might be several decades away. The planetary plan concerns the externalization of the hierarchy, however, and nothing can stop this inevitable occurrence as the hierarchy utilize the flow of the incoming Aquarian forces. Given the current world situation, the reappearance may be hoped for sooner rather than later, one might say. The lines from a song by David Bowie come to mind here. Someone to save us, someone to follow, someone to shame us, some brave Apollo. Here is stated the mass cry of humanity invoking a saviour, an avatar, a return of the Christ. Excuse me. Though we may make a massed invocation for someone to save us, the aspirants and disciples of the world have much work to do to apply practically the esoteric teachings that have been gifted to us in this past century. In a sense, and as a group, the new group of world servers is the Christ. Bear in mind also that this will be the first time that the Masters of Wisdom have appeared amongst humanity since the Atlantean War several million years ago. DK tells us again, quote, I refer to an aspect of the amazing enterprise which the hierarchy is embarked within this cycle, its appearance, expression, and activity upon the physical plane for the first time since it withdrew into the subjective side of life and focused itself on the mental plane instead of the physical during the days of ancient Atlantis and after the war between the Lords of the Shining Countenance and the Lords of the Dark Face. For millions of years, as a result of the triumph of evil in those days, the hierarchy has stood in silence behind world events. So we truly live in momentous times now with the imminent reappearance of the hierarchy. This next section is called Capricorn and the Forces of Materialism. Two prominent rays that pour through Capricorn are the first ray of will or power and the seventh ray of ceremonial magic or organization. The first ray has a deep connection to Shambhala, the planetary crown chakra from where the will of God is directed, the purpose and the plan for humanity. The pole star Polaris, so prominent in Northern Hemisphere solstice symbolism, is known as the star of direction, governing Shambhala. Yet, countering the plan are the materialistic forces of the so-called underworld that DK describes in the following passage. Quote, effort, strain, struggle, the fight with the forces native to the underworld or the strenuous conditions entailed by the tests of discipleship or initiation, unquote. So, through its ruler Saturn, Capricorn is connected to the underworld, which is essentially the planetary dweller on the threshold and the materialistic forces that have controlled humanity since the ancient days of Atlantis. DK tells us, quote, Saturn is one of the most potent of the four lords of karma and forces man to face up to the past and in the present to prepare for the future. Such is the intention and purpose of karmic opportunity. From certain angles, Saturn can be regarded as the planetary dweller on the threshold, for humanity as a whole has to face that dweller as well as the angel of the presence, and in so doing, discover that both the dweller and the angel are that complex duality which is the human family, unquote. So during the New Group of World Service Festival Week in December 2019, there will be 4 placements in Capricorn: the Sun, Jupiter on its 12-year cycle, Saturn on its 30-year cycle, and Pluto on its 248-year cycle. Hence, all through 2019, this karmic opportunity referred to in the previous passage will increase in its scope as these planets pass through Capricorn, making conjunctions with one another all the way through to 2020. Now, karmic opportunity can result in very challenging situations. Hence, 2019 may be well associated with much strife, pain, and conflict. Saturn and Pluto in Capricorn will continue to expose the power elite and their selfish machinations over humanity, particularly in the realm of global financial situation and politics. And meanwhile, Jupiter, the planet of love wisdom, passing through Capricorn, will be bringing some profound lessons in love, as DK describes in esoteric astrology. And I quote, Jupiter falls in this sign. Jupiter in its lowest aspect gives the fulfillment of desire and satisfied demand, whilst in its highest, Jupiter is the outgoing expression of love, which attracts magnetically to itself that which is desired, this time the good of the whole. In Capricorn, therefore, Jupiter reaches its lowest point of expression in the densest material aspect, and then, as love and selflessness triumph, this lowest aspect vanishes and disappears. It is to the fall of the highest aspect that the symbolism refers, and then later to the fall or disappearance of all that is base and low. Love is fallen and blinded when desire is rampant. Desire vanishes when love triumphs, unquote. Bearing our Atlantean history in mind, this ancient battle between the forces of light and materialism is today being fought upon a higher turn of the evolutionary spiral because, 1, the masters of wisdom are preparing for their reappearance amongst humanity once again. 2, humanity is in a great state of turmoil prior to taking a great step forward in self-conscious unfoldment or initiation. And 3, advanced humanity and the disciples of the world, the new group of world servers, are equally in a state of turmoil as they are tried and tested in the fiery crucible prior to taking their respective initiations. Hence, during this combined solstice full moon period of 2018, lies a great opportunity for the forces of light to make a stand, to stand still, to stand and hold in tension the aforementioned forces of the first ray of Shambhala, the source of the planetary plan, and to hold that tension right the way through December 2019. As 2025 approaches, more than ever, conscious individuals and groups will step up their intention to regularly meditate and connect subjectively during these periods, linking with other like-minded groups and individuals in triangles across the globe to hold the line, so to speak, during this war in heaven. This next section is titled Uranus, Saturn, the Seventh Ray and 7-Year Cycles. I'm not going to talk too much about it because I know other people are going to be presenting information on that. So the new group of World Service Festival Week is in Capricorn, hence its symbol is the mountain with a goat standing on the summit, and again the astrological sign of Capricorn can be noted, DK tells us. He says all hard places can be surmounted and the summit reached by the divine goat, symbol of the group, viewed as a unit, unquote. So we have what DK calls the progressive energy of the 7th ray pouring through Capricorn, encouraging the law of group progress, which is esoterically called the law of elevation, for, quote, it concerns the mysteries of group realization and expansions of consciousness and the part each unit plays in the general progress of a group. The elevation of a unit results in the raising of the group. The realization of the unit brings about eventually group recognition. The initiation of the unit leads finally to planetary initiation. Their realization of their essential nature only in order to offer up the best they have and realize to the interests of the group about the methods whereby the work of liberation is carried forward, unquote. And of course, this theme of elevation also concerns the initiate who is admitted to the higher mysteries, the mystic raising, the going up to town of the lion and the unicorn, all refer to the defeat of the king of the beast, personality, and the triumph of the soul over matter. So it is a time for meditators around the planet to not only invoke the forces of the 7th ray during the peace and goodwill period of Christmas, but for groups to consciously invoke the 7th ray avatar, who works closely with the approaching avatar of synthesis. So the new group of world service is ruled by Capricorn from one perspective, but from another perspective by Taurus, which brings about illumination and attainment of the vision via the bullseye or Ajna center. The goal of the new group of world service is providing a center of light within the world and holding up the vision. And so in this respect, the new group of world service is the eye of Sanat Kumara. Now, it's interesting that this year transiting Uranus has just entered Taurus for the first time in 84 years and will aid this process of holding up the vision, bringing the 7th ray of ceremonial order into much deeper expression upon the physical plane, with reform of the financial system perhaps. Uranus began its new cycle at the Taurus new moon in May this year and will span the next 7 years until 2025. As the ruler of Aquarius, Uranus's 7-year cycle marks a nodal point or bridge between the ages of Pisces and Aquarius. The 7th ray is, as we know, the ray of organization, of renovation, renewal, and revolution. The year 1945 saw the beginning of a 2,500-year cycle of this ray. In December 2019, 77 years since 1942, and note the 777 symbolism there, falls the next 7-year new group of World Service Week. This is the 4th one since 1942. The other 2 were in 1963 and 1977, where the full moon coincided with the actual solstice. So the 7th ray is the ray of geometry. Along with Saturn, it concerns the construction of the new geometrical blueprints upon the mental plane and their precipitation into the physical plane through meditation and magical group ritual. These new geometrical forms will replace the old outworn ones that served another age. With regard to the aspirants of the world, DK tells us that, quote, the 7th ray is regarded as the ray of ritualistic decency. It aids and inaugurates the appearing of a new world order based on a spiritual drive and on aspiration, mental freedom, loving understanding, and a physical plane rhythm, which provides opportunity for full creative expression. this seventh ray sweeps into organized and directed activity the world of forces upon the outer sphere of manifestation and produces the precipitation of karma, as well as the initiation of the aspirants of the world onto the path of accepted discipleship, unquote. Saturn also has a cycle of 7 years, 4 of which complete its full circle. Hence, Saturn and Uranus cycles are closely linked, especially in the spiritual manifestation process regarding the relationship between the sacral and the throat centers, which they respectively rule. So the festival of the new group of world servers occurs every 7 years, beginning at the solstice in Saturn-ruled Capricorn. Saturn, the lord of karma, who, quote, forces man to face up to the past and in the present to prepare for the future, unquote. The number 7 resonates with the Uranus-ruled seventh ray of ceremonial order, which pours more potently through Capricorn than any other sign in this cycle. So we can see the extraordinary influence and importance of the seventh ray energy as it's coming in now. So with so much seventh ray activity, there was a greater opportunity to invoke the forces of the avatar of the seventh ray, which DK says will not come until the Piscean influence is entirely removed. And of course, that hasn't completely happened yet from one point of view, so we may be waiting a little way longer for the seventh ray avatar. But the avatar of synthesis it has a very close relationship to the new group of world servers. And DK says, quote, his activity, no, I beg your pardon, that's the spirit of peace, closely linked to the avatar of synthesis, is necessarily a mass activity, for he can only channel his energies through the mass consciousness or through a group conscious entity, such as the hierarchy, the United Nations, or humanity. The focal point of his effort and the agent through which distribution of his energy can be made is the new group of world servers. This group is uniquely related to the avatar of synthesis. So I have a whole lot of other quotes there, but which you may have already read out today. I think I'll leave it there for now and given you enough information, I think, on the astrological and rheological side of things.
Thank you, Philip. Excellent initiation here of our process. We have some minutes now. And are there thoughts or questions which Philip's presentation have stimulated in you? And if so, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. We have, I'd say, about 10 minutes to, and then later, toward the end of the whole session, we can look at a summary of everything. What? Next slide. I think, yes, which slide to do? Okay. A group, oh, yes, very good. Okay. Now, are there any, let me take a look here. Are there any hands that are raised that would like to speak, representing people that would like to speak? Actually, Philip, maybe to get the thing going, I have a kind of a question, you know, something that has been with me, you know, I passed page 699 of the externalization, and always the same thing strikes me about this setup of the masters in the 5 centers, surrounded by their initiates, their affiliated groups, and so forth, their disciples, and how they will be regarded of immense value, I'm quoting here, by all governmental, economic, and social organizations. And then he says, you know, when that is done, okay, then under a great wave of spiritual inspiration, the divine spirit of expectancy for the reappearance of the Christ will sweep through the world. It will then be regarded as credible and creditable, and his coming will prove the germ for all world hope. The reason for this will be that the most respected, enlightened, cultured people on the planet will be looking for him, and then, my brothers, he will come, bringing new energies of love and compassion, and implementing the spirit of fresh enlightenment, etc. To these important events must be added the revelation, etc., etc. So anyway, my estimate there, well, it's obvious in a way. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. I don't know how to estimate this in terms of years, but it has struck me, and I'm interested to see what you think, that in a way, the third educative installment of the Tibetans' teaching has to be reasonably well digested before the hierarchy can appear in that form, and before the Christ can reappear. And so I'm almost, in my own thought, I'm giving it pretty much until the sixth ray and the Piscean influence are much subdued toward the end of the century and into the next. And that's kind of how I'm looking at it. It looks like we have a lot more work to do of preparation. What do you think of that?
Well, starting with your first statement about a master being in one of the 5 planetary centers, you meant like London, Geneva, New York.
Yeah, those. Yeah.
That's a fascinating thing to consider, that there is a master tucked away there somewhere in those 5 major cities, and maybe he would be easier to find in Darjeeling. I don't know, but yes. So you were saying that the reappearance date could be set for a century from now?
Well, I'm kind of thinking about it. I'm thinking about all the time it will take to get the masters not only there, but surrounded by their initiates, their disciples, and recognized. That's the thing. They're recognized. And so I think, that's my estimation at the moment, that we're really in a very important preparatory stage, which is linked to what DK is going to be putting out.
It's a difficult call. It's a difficult call, isn't it? I really have no idea. There's some of us who would love them to, as I said in my talk, to come pretty soon and rescue us. But humanity really have to step up to the plate in order for them to reappear. And I guess we're not really ready yet in some ways for the reappearance.
Yeah.
Maybe a few more decades as far as sorting out one of the major things about the appearance was that the money had to be in the hands of the forces of light, at least 50% of the money, they said. And that's a very hard thing to gauge too, of course, but at the moment it does not seem that is the case.
No.
But in a decade, who knows? It may have turned the corner, so to speak.
Well, the one thing I do see is that, there are 3 things there. The sharing, a real tendency. The peace, I don't know. There's still a lot of work to be done, but the house cleaning of the churches and political organizations is the third thing, and it does seem, what should we say, on its way. Underway. It does seem underway.
Yes, for sure. I think the churches is well underway. It's the whole money situation that seems to me the immediate task, and the political situation. They go hand in hand with each other, really.
They do. Yeah.
So the conflicts that I foresee in this coming year, with so many planets in Capricorn, and with the world situation as it is, does seem to reflect in those 2 themes, money and politics. And as you say, religion is already in hand, and for the last 20 years, really. And good reforms are being made in that area.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we're all eager, but we're told we don't know the time. As a matter of fact, the time may not be a set year so much as a condition, wouldn't you say? I mean, such as a relationship, something that has to do with the relationship between the major energies and forces, and that will determine the period, the year, so to speak. Anyway,
of course, the other side of it is, if there is a major crisis that we're approaching, then that may invoke an earlier coming of the hierarchy or an avatar of some kind. The timing of the avatars is an interesting one, as to which one's going to come first.
Yeah.
Because they're all related to each other, and they all overshadow each other. The avatar of synthesis, the avatar of the seventh ray, the spirit of peace, all these beings, and of course the avatar himself of the Aquarian cycle, the Christ.
I've sometimes wondered whether the Master R, as one of the externalizing masters, is not really the veiled seventh ray avatar.
Yes.
It's a thought, and but anyway, okay. Well, I don't want to take up the show here.
Michael and Phillip.
Yes.
There are a couple of questions.
Okay.
Tiffany has asked, how can you know if your soul's purpose and life direction service combination are an illusion or hierarchical assistance?
Phillip, over to you.
I can't answer that. Good knowledge.
Good question. Yeah, this is a serious question.
It's up to each individual. They have to figure out that one out with a discerning heart and mind, I guess. It's part of your own kurukshetra that you have to face every day, and continual questioning and I think and review on a regular basis is going to help bring you to a point of understanding, I think, in that question.
Maybe I can read something here, which is interesting. This is coming from Dyna 1, 271. There are some points, but I read 2 points what he says. There must ever be crises of achievement which will draw upon the full resources of the soul. This must be demanded by the personality. And understand the technique of an aligned personality for the extremity of the disciple in service draws out finally the interest of the soul. So I think one thing about that is totally opposite than in average people when they say that if there comes crises and hindrances and challenges, that is the sign to turn around and not go to that direction. But when we think about the life of the disciple, it looks like that we should absolutely go against these hardships and challenges, and maybe that is the sign that we are on the track. What do you think?
Well, okay, I living in the same house with the first ray soul, I have to agree. I mean, I have to agree. Okay. But it's true. We have 6 years, and I think, Phillip, what you said there, I have a feeling that the next 6 years may provide for us just such crises as the kind you reference. It's really hard to know, but things could go bad, and the awakening humanity, the resisting humanity, the humanity that's part of the resistance against fascism and all the rest, they could tip the scales in the right direction, but not after. What does it take for humanity to wake up? I think
the quote that I read about 1942 and how the hierarchy had pretty much packed their suitcases, were on their way to some other planetary chain. I don't know where, but it's quite stunning, really. And he says, due to man's selfishness, we were prepared to basically turn our backs on humanity. And it's extraordinary to me in the last 70 or 80 years since World War II. There has been a refinement and consolidation of that material focus of humanity, for better and for worse. So it's very hard to gauge in this day and age. It seems, with the outer seeming, that it's worse than it was back then. But at the same time, we don't have full inner vision either. So it's really hard to get your head around the whole thing.
Yeah.
There was another question or comment, I believe.
Let's see.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Robin has said or written, I kind of feel that this is becoming more complicated than it needs to be. To simplify would be good.
Okay.
Simplify.
Right. That's it. Okay.
Does she mean the simplification of the ray energies and cycles that we find ourselves in at the moment, that kind of thing, or the world is complex, and part of the science of occultism is really understanding all the complexities that make up the grand illusion. So that's the nature of these teachings.
Well, Robin is not with us in this webinar anymore to respond to your question.
Okay,
well, we'll just leave it be. But let's just say, look, so often DK stops and says, this matter is far too intricate for me to enter into with you at this time. So look, in a way, there's an utter simplification. In a way, there is a complexity beyond which even a logos can deal. So we just have to face facts. This is not an easy teaching, and it requires all kinds of strenuous mental intuitive application over many, many years to even get a little handle on it. And that's just how it is, That's all I can say. And of course, you go ahead, Phillip. That's all right.
I was just going to say, we're the product of our history, and understanding the karma that's been generated from our past acts in previous, the previous moon chain, let alone, in ancient Atlantis and so forth, helps us to understand at least what's unfolding now, what we're dealing with on a higher turn of the spiral in this cycle. So I think the broad overview of is quite a simple way to look at it in some respects, and then we have the finer details within that broader overview. We're still not out of the what's called the third Shambhala impact in some respect, the World Wars I and II. We're still in the latter phase of that recapitulation of the Atlantean conflict, and we just seem to be coming out of that and moving upward. But at the same time, it seems like it's reached its densest incarnation into material matter as it was back in the middle of Atlantis in the 4.4.4, as they call it. So we're exactly where we were then on a higher turn of the spiral. We're in the transition to the sixth root race. We're in a transition between two ages, and we're in a transition between two ray cycles, the sixth ray leaving and the seventh ray incoming. So the chaos of all these transitions together certainly makes it difficult to see through.
Yeah. Look, I think we are at that point, aren't we, dear?
We are still having 10 minutes. We are supposed to start. Yes. And there is Jose.
Okay.
Jose has a question mark.
Yes, but he says he's making a comment on whether this is visible or audible. But Jose, if you'd like to say something, you're certainly welcome. You've commented a lot these days in a very intelligent way about the socio-political spiritual situation. You're most welcome to say something if you like. But I have to unmute you. Where are you?
And then there's Joe as well.
Okay, well, let's hear, not to waste time. Okay, so here's Jose. And if you wish to say anything, Jose.
No, I'm in silent mode today.
Okay.
Okay.
There's been a lot of wonderful writing by Jose lately. So go ahead.
Michael, there is Joe.
I'm playing the piano along your track.
Okay, better watch out, Jose, because in your next life, you're liable to get a fourth-rate personality, and oh, you know, don't. I can talk to you about that. You don't want it. Okay. All right. So that's Jose, and who else? Now let's see. Joe. And is she saying something that is non-technical here? No. It's a technical issue. Is there anybody on the staff that would like to say something over here on the right-hand side? BL, Elena, Joe, Kate, Alexander, William, Michael, whoever.
I just want to question one thing, because Philip, that quotation where we are reading about how close it was for hierarchy to withdraw, and every time, I don't know how many times we have been quoting that, but every time whomever it is reading it always somehow strikes me, and I wish to all of us to really stand in that kind of seriousness together, that to think about what kind of situation it has been. And how do you see, Philip, at the moment when we think about these last years? We have very many horrible challenges, and I want to point about the global warming, which is like one of the really global issue against everyone's face. It is not some place where this kind of challenge is not. So you were also hinting about these evolution, that how many things we still have. But what is your result of your deep contemplation? Because I know that you have been thinking, and all of us, hopefully everybody dares to come out so nakedly in this webinar, that we could talk about these deep issues. That what is your thought about it? If things are evolving to this direction, what we should be doing, what we should be doing.
Indeed. Well, let me take the first part of your question, which was talking about the quote of when the hierarchy were preparing to leave.
Right.
What was the point I was going to make about that? DK in a previous quote to that says, regarding the 1942 full moon solstice period, he says, "You are begged to avail yourselves of the energies at that time." He said begged, because it's like he's trying to muster a herd of cattle or cats as far as the aspirants and disciples of the world are concerned. They're trying to get them off their backsides to really contribute, to work consciously with the hierarchy, it seems. That was the essence I got of that begged phrase. And the tide of the war did turn in 1942, but it was probably mainly down to the Lords of Liberation, which is a couple of other paragraphs that he describes how that actually happened. So it may not have been down to the actual aspirants and disciples at the time, although they may have contributed. He does say elsewhere, or he hints elsewhere, I don't know where the passage is, that if a certain amount of aspirants and disciples had meditated in group formation before the war, that the war would not have precipitated to the physical plane, which is an interesting, correspondence to this day and age when we have this threat of war continually being fed to us through the media. Now, the second part of the question has to do with climate change. I have looked into this, and read many reports and tried to make some sense out of it. Obviously, on a long-term cycle, there are climatic changes that are just part of the natural evolution of the planet.
Right.
But at the moment, of course, humanity hasn't helped that any since the Industrial Revolution, essentially, in the last few hundred years, and the exploitation of natural resources, oil and gas and all the rest of it. But of course, there is slowly emerging. Almost every week you see some new invention for cleaning up the ocean, for preventing the use of plastics, for alternative energy of solar power or nuclear fusion, I should say, that is very encouraging. We've come so close, and that's how it seems to me. We're coming right to the precipice at the moment on so many fronts, in terms of human welfare, the environment, politics, the misuse of money, power, all the rest of it. And they're all coming together in one giant kind of confluence at this time. And it seems that this must resolve itself within the next 6 years or the next 6 to 10 years. And it may I can't see it being an easy resolution. It's going to be difficult and it's difficult already for a lot of people. Already there is an extraordinary amount of homelessness around the world because of rising rent prices in all the capital cities. It's outrageous. You know, people are living in their cars, and the governments are still not doing anything about that. So we have a long way to go in so many areas. And one thing I have said over the years that it might be natural cataclysms that force humanity to better cooperate with one another in a spirit of community and sharing, which is not the case at the moment with the very rich and the very poor dichotomy in the world. So, but, you know, it would only take 2 or 3 cataclysms, for instance, in the United States to bring the United States to a halt. It would only, you know, like a major earthquake on the West Coast, a flood in the East Coast, something like that. And there you have, you know, the country just trying to cope with all that and survive. DK does tell us that these cataclysms will increase for the next few thousand years as the 6th root race approaches, as continents start to subside, as new continents start to come up. So, but in the immediate future, and addressing your question again to you about what can we do, I think the best way we can do is to work subjectively as we've been trained, to change those patterns at the mental level. In the talk I gave, I talked about the geometrical thought forms that Saturn and Uranus are responsible for creating and for bringing about manifestation of those ideas. Sure, we can do our physical plane service work as well, whether it's working for an NGO or just in your local community. But essentially, the real power of the New Group of World Service, at least the esoteric portion of the New Group of World Service, is in the subjective work that we're doing now. And this is a marvelous opportunity that you guys have created for us today to really put that into action and to keep on consolidating that in the next several years as a regular part of our service.
Great. Thank you, Philip. Now we will move into the slide number 13, and we have to continue. So this is not going to be the last webinar. We will continue. Thank you for your wisdom, and we would love to continue, but we will take now Michael number 13, which skip those things, and we welcome William. Are you there, William? Thank you, Philip.
You're less welcome. Pleasure.
William is self-muted.
You may be. Okay, William. Yeah, you're good now.
There he is.
You're good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, and
hello.
Yes. And I just want to say, you know, a little foreword that William has. Well, William and I have worked together many years, but anybody who follows William's work in the world knows that he is another of the truly peripatetic philosopher, occultists, esotericists traveling everywhere to deliver the teaching in a manner that can be more easily understood, let's just say. Maybe that lady wouldn't have left, William, if you had gone first. Anyway, no offense, Philip. I would be worse. Okay. But it's a complex teaching, but to be able to bring it to the level of understanding of many people is a real art, a real science. And I just have been following your work for years, and I just think you're doing up a storm. So we're very happy that you have the time to join us for this vigil. And over to you, William. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Michael, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this. This is, I agree with Philip. This is a really wonderful opportunity of like-minded people coming together. Yeah, and my goal today is to share a few thoughts about how we can each become more internally effective in our contribution to the new group of world servers. And in context, as Philip and Michael have said, this is a very testing time for humanity, and there's a lot of astrological, rheological influences that are shaping the crises that we see in the world today. And so humanity itself is under great test and challenge. A lot of pressure is being applied, both from a light side perspective as well as influences of darkness that are also trying to sway the nature of humanity's movement. And for you and I, this is a testing time. And the key is, how can we be more effective at this testing time? I always think about when I think about service, I always think about the idea that that not only is it a testing time, but we should always be realizing that it often feels like we're swimming upstream, in the sense that so many forces in society that are more mainstream are moving in one direction, and yet as a member of the new group of world servers, you're trying to sound a different note, a note that supports a different direction. And so I always think that if you don't feel like you're swimming a little upstream, there's something probably not right. So the question is, how can we be more effective? What can we do? I agree with Philip from the point of view that there is both an esoteric and an exoteric element of this work. And there's a lot to be said for the idea that so much of the work of discipleship has to do with repatterning thought. So much of where humanity is in relationship to ideations. Humanity evolves through its relationships to thought and ideas. We intuitively gain insight into different things, whether it's in government, politics, science, the arts, education. And these inspirational ideas are brought forward, and humanity slowly adopts these ideas and it moves us forward. But all ideas run their course and require the next paradigm to move forward. And a lot of the resistance that we see in the world today has to do with a habitual relationship to old ideas. And so much of the disciplic work, in my view, is to reshape patterns of thought that support the next movement forward for humanity. A lot of that has to do with recognizing that some of the work has to do with breaking up Maya, being a dispeller of illusion. Or sometimes I jokingly say we're all supposed to be glamour busters in a certain sense. And so from a skills perspective, what can we do? Well, I think one of the most important things that all of us would be well to be focused on, and all of us probably need work on it, and I certainly am one of these people, is that so much of our success has to do with, are we able to be in two places at one time? What I mean by that is, when it comes to our own consciousness, how able are we to be both inwardly mystically aligned and outwardly practical and effective? The practical mystic. The goal in many ways for all of us is to be able to inwardly touch a place of universality, while at the same time be very effective in the world of particularity, to be both in a place inwardly of boundless allness, or seemingly so, and at the same time immersed in thoughts, feelings, physical activity, and hold that full spectrum of consciousness in order to be more effective. So much of this has to do with that idea of being in two places, and also to realize that the more we can synthesize aspects of ourselves, the more effective we will be. For instance, the bringing together of the mind and the heart, recognizing that intelligent love is actually a higher form of love than just love itself. How to be both pragmatic and idealistic at the same time. How to be cultivating the masculine and feminine within us at the same time. How to be both intuitively effective and rationally effective, buddhimanas, at the same time. So to me, that's one of the most important foundations of trying to understand how to move forward, is this idea of being both high and low at the same time, and integrating different facets of consciousness into a working whole. And part of that has to do with our capacity to develop an inner point of tension. You know, the whole subject of the point of tension is something I'm sure many of you are familiar with, and it's so fundamental to our success. You know, and I always think there's two types of point of tensions. There's a vertical point of tension and a horizontal point of tension. And in the case of the vertical, we're talking about utilizing a point of tension internally in order to reach the heights within and to hold that high, still, universal point. And that does require the implementation of the will. As the Tibetan has said, you know, that one of the definitions of the point of tension is the focused, immovable will. But then there's the outer point of tension as well, the point of tension having to do with a deep recognition of where you feel inwardly drawn to serve, and a sense of trying to understand that category or that domain of service, and understand how to hold your will and attention there, while at the same time holding that vertical alignment and that vertical point of tension. So there's that element of it as well. Is can we hold all of these things in our consciousness at the same time to be more effective? Another thing that I think is so important when I think about service is the idea that when we look out at the world in whatever area of service we may feel called to engage in, again, whether it's government or politics, science, the arts, education, whatever it might be, that it's important to recognize that all social systems are actually living beings. Social systems are living entities. Each has a soul, and each has a personality. And each is struggling between its higher and its lower nature, just like you and me. And so I find in my own life, but I find this true also as conveyed in the Tibetans' ideas, that in a way, it's important to always recognize that the duality of the thing you're serving, there's the objective element of it and the subjective element of it. And of course, our capacity to be more effective outwardly in the world in service is that we really have to recognize that it's the soul of the social institution, let us say, that you're serving, that is the thing you're serving. You're trying to intuit what is the soul nature of the place I'm serving. How can I more effectively contribute to the shaping of ideas and influence in support of that soul? And of course, the way that that is done, and the capacity for all of us to develop that ability, is through the use of the third eye. You know, the eye of vision is the eye that has the ability to sense the soul hidden within all things, within all forms. And so if the goal of being a servant on behalf of the ashram is to make a contribution to the upliftment of something beyond yourself, and that's something that is beyond yourself is a living agency. Its higher nature is what we are serving in it. We have to sense that higher nature, and we have to shape our influence in support of that entity's higher nature. So bringing forth that sort of subtlety of understanding what are the qualities that are trying to express themselves through a business, for instance, through education, through the Department of Government. These are, to me, the most important things to attend to. And to utilize our third eye more effectively means that we have to be, how to put this? Well, I always think that the way to help utilize the third eye is to realize that it requires a kind of looking with soft eyes. It requires the capacity to look out at the world and suspend rapid judgment. You know, it is said that rapid judgment immediately closes the idea. That doesn't mean that you don't have the capacity to discern greater from lesser. The role of discrimination and discernment is essential when on the path, but it does allow, it puts the personality's rapid judgment tendency aside in order that we can better see what's really trying to find expression in the outer world in a soulful way, and to be in support of that. So, so much of our success has to do with our ability to kind of see the duality in all things, and even recognize that recognize that all parties and creeds and religions and governmental platforms are just evolving thought forms struggling to move forward, and elements of it are resistant because they are overly related to the past. As I said earlier, that so much of the evolution of human consciousness is based upon our relationship to ideas, but also the thing that gets in the way is our habitual relationship to old ideas. I often use a simple way of expressing it when working with groups in different places, and I often say it this way, that which is your temple today will become your prison tomorrow. The ideas that we hold as near and dear and true, to the extent that they enrich us and help us grow and evolve, fantastic. But every idea runs its course, and we need to be able to free ourselves. But unfortunately, the habits of the personality makes that difficult, and we become prisoners to old ideas. And this is the plight of humanity today. Much of the struggle today is that we are becoming imprisoned by our old ideas. And the irony of it is that not only do we become what was a temple is now a prison, but we actually start playing the the role of not just the prisoner, but the warden and the guard. So much of what is happening today is really a battle between thought forms. And it's more intense today because we have this growing polarization, as I'm sure you're all fully aware of. And as Phillip had mentioned, some of that, a lot of that has to do with the transition that's going on between the Piscean age and the Aquarian age, and between a seventh ray era and the a sixth ray era and the emergent seventh ray era. And these patterns are huge energy systems that are subtly shaping the collective consciousness of humanity. And in the case of astrology, the history of Pisces is it's strong. It's got the historical advantage, and So there are huge swaths of humanity that are inwardly identified with that vibration, while simultaneously the Aquarian note is also shaping or trying to shape the collective consciousness of humanity. So we have these two forces that are quite different, that are overlapping during this century particularly. And because of that, that causes groups of people around the world to tend to identify their consciousness with one more than the other. And that creates heightened tension, heightened polarity. And navigating that is obviously one of the great challenges for all of us, to be able to recognize that that we ourselves need to lift ourselves above the whole duality, to recognize that both sides of the duality, that everything has an essence of truth at its core. One of my favorite teachings of the Tibetan has to do with, you know, in the book Treatise on White Magic, there's something called the 15 Councils. And the 15 Councils are not the same as the 15 Rules. But one of those councils really has always struck me very strongly. And I think it's the second or third, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but essentially he says, find the golden thread of truth within illusion. Find the golden thread of truth within the thought forms that we feel are holding humanity back and that are causing resistance. Because at the core of even an old ideas have a soul as well. Old ideas have sacred principles at their core. And those old ideas, what makes it negative, or what makes those old ideas no longer helpful, is that it's the personality expression of the idea, it's the form of the idea, but the sacred principles at the core of those forms are sacred in the past, in the present, and the future. So in some sense, I always feel like part of the process of trying to transform old ideas in the outer world, one of the first steps is to recognize what is the deeper sacred truth that is at the core of that old idea, and we then recognize how that sacred truth is now, that its expression is simply an archaic expression of an eternal truth. I often think of the word, the subject of evil, and one could define many evil in many ways, but one of the definitions could be evil is the good that has outlived its usefulness. In a way, that's what I'm getting at. What is the essence, though, of the old idea? And when you recognize the essence of the old idea that you're confronted with when you're trying to serve, you want to language your interaction in such a way that you're acknowledging the existence of that sacred idea, or that sacred truth at the core of this idea that on its face, as it's presenting itself, is grossly distorted or inappropriate for our times. So there's so much here to say about this, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think we're going to be much more effective if we can look out at the world and see the duality of all things, see the golden thread of truth within those things that we are trying to transform, and somehow recognize that our ability to sense that is going to be contingent on our ability to utilize that third eye within us and hold that inner alignment, that kind of being in two places at the same time notion. I think we're all much more effective in our capacity to serve when we can do that. And my last point, just to close this, is that to me, this period of time we're all living in now is probably the most important 6 or 7 years of our lives. The truth is, this is your time. This is your time. This is the time when the absolute best of us must come forward. Humanity needs your gift more than ever right now. Humanity needs the wisdom that you hold, the wisdom that you have earned and garnered over the crucible of countless incarnations. That wisdom is innate within each of us, stored in the causal body. That's your gift. That's your gift. And then, of course, the causal body itself is a natural agency of Christ. It is the Christ in you. And so each of us have a storehouse of incredibly valuable wisdom, incredibly uplifting love, and a real gift that can be brought forward in the world. So this truly is your time. So I encourage all of us and to realize that these next 7 years until the conclave in 2025, which both Phillip and Michael have beautifully expressed and talked about, that this is all the burning ground phase leading up to that. So realize the enormous opportunity that we all have right now. And on that note, I think I'll stop and let you take it from here, Michael.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, William. Now we have opportunity for thoughts, questions, statements based on William's presentation. Dear, what? Next slide. Okay. I always have to know what it says. Yes, group discussion. Okay. I'm on safe water now. Unfortunately, we've run to the point where no one else can join our webinar. Let's have a moment of condolence. There is one way that we can do that. If we all sign off and do a webinar now, we can get another 100 people, but I'm afraid a lot of people would fall out of the boat. So we better not do that. Let's offer
There are
William.
There are a number of questions and comments.
Okay, right. Let's see. I've got this right up here.
I'm going to work backwards.
Wait a second. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, from Martha or William. Is what you say in some ways describing the mystery of Gemini? And if so, is that in some way relating to the astrological energies pouring through today?
Okay, let's see.
Well, I have to. Hello. Yeah.
We good?
I'd have to understand what she means by the mystery of Gemini, but I can correlate it in the sense that much of Gemini, from a deep spiritual perspective, has to also do with the sensing of the vertical alignment between the two parts of ourselves, the soul and the personality, and to create a communicative relationship between the soul and the personality through the building of the Antakarana. So when I started my conversation here about being in two places at one time, Gemini has a lot to do with being internally in two places at one time vertically as a function of facilitating a deep, more effective communications between the soul and the personality through the conduit of the Antakarana. Again, I don't know what Martha, when she said the mystery of Gemini, or I'm not exactly sure what she was speaking of there, but that probably is what she's getting at. I'm not sure.
There's something about the first initiation in there. He talks about, mystery of Capricorn, mystery of Gemini, and there's one other mystery. I forget what it is, maybe Taurus, I'm not sure.
Well, I have unmuted Martha so she could explain what she means.
If she wishes.
Hello, calling from US. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes, Martha.
Thank you so much. This has been, both presentations seem to correlate, and my question was really based on my need to learn precisely how some of the terms correlate with one another. And I believe you answered my question very well, William, insofar as what I heard is that you specified that what's called the mystery of Gemini is primarily around communications. And I think you were speaking of something larger and more profound. I'm also inferring from Michael's offering was that the mystery of Gemini pertains to the first initiation. If I have those points right, thank you very much.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah. In a way, Gemini is something that facilitates all of us in our development, because we all have to develop that internal communicative rapport between the soul and the personality, and that's again based on that whole idea that we kind of need to realize that there are two places to be inside, and for the disciple we kind of go back and forth, and for the initiate we've learned how to be in both places at the same time. And that really facilitates that deeper communication, not just between the soul and you or your personality, but between the ashram and you as well. So
let me just say one thing. Martha, go to Esoteric Astrology, page 387 and 388, and you'll see the secret of Aries, secret of Taurus, secret of Gemini. It lists them as third, second, and first initiations. Very interesting to read. I suggest that you look at that. I'll read it. The secret of Gemini has to be grasped at the first initiation because it is the mystery of the relation of the father, mother, and child. The birth of the Christ child upon the physical plane is the consummating glory of the Gemini force. Okay.
Yeah, and of course Gemini is the gate to the cosmic Christ, so there's a huge relationship to Christ with that. Yeah.
Great. Okay, what else?
Okay, and Robin has returned, and she's got several comments going on. Human garbage and waste is huge on our planet. And then she writes, and overpopulation needs to be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
And continuing on, assembly line learning in schools needs to stop or change. It promotes the mind control of our children to become sheep. Children who become adults who have been conditioned to be sheep. I see this every day doing hard labor at Amazon. Mm-hmm. And is there some more? Amazon laborers Amazon laborers have no clue of what is spoken here. It breaks my heart. I try to tell them as best I can.
Yeah. Go ahead, William.
I'm not sure if there's a question there, but I'll comment on it. From the education point of view, and the idea of rote learning and so forth, I fully agree that that's one of the great shortcomings of current educational systems. And the Tibetan talks about how really there's such an importance on really recognizing not only how each child needs to learn differently, but really how do we find ways of recognizing the internal soulful qualities within the child, and really use that as the foundation for beginning to support the teaching of that child. And so, of course, there's been experiments with alternative approaches like the Montessori work and the work of through anthroposophy and the Steiner school system, but a lot of it has to do with kind of determining, in my eyes anyway, determining what is the nature of the gifts and the consciousness of the child, and tailor an educational program with that in mind as a foundation for learning.
Thank you. Well addressed. Go ahead, Michael. Read us what we have to look at. There's more. Okay, wait a second,
Veronique,
yeah.
Veronique started some comments before William started, and it continued after, starting with, As you said, the preparation of the coming of the Christ is a group preparation, but also an individual preparation. What is the place of each individual? Don't we help the group initiation by moving forward in our own light and radiating it? I feel that humanity is moving forward, as you say. We are on the way, but will it be enough? I don't know, but I do see that the crisis is getting worse, and that will help humanity to advance faster. And here in France, people are beginning to use their mental in a shy way, but they are starting. And she's referring to the crisis in France.
Yeah.
And then she was thanking Philip and William for the presentations.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Well, I'll just make a couple of comments. There's several subjects embedded in all of that, but just the idea that, you know, in some sense, she's absolutely right that the more you spiritually develop your own self, the more you are contributing to the upliftment of the larger whole. It's always important to realize that the soul in you is the Christ in you, and to the extent that we can recognize internally that higher soulful prompting, you are coming into relationship to the Christ, not just the Christ in you, but you as a Christ energy. And that your soul is an agent that is supporting the larger Christ principle, which is the soul of humanity. What's happening today is that the soul of humanity is trying to impress more of its nature into the personality of humanity, and that's dislodging shadow issues that are being forced to the surface. And that's why there's so much crisis, and that's why we have this rise of oppositional separative energy. You know, the whole heresy of separateness is sounding its note very loudly right now. But you and I and everybody, you're thinking unity, and we are all trying to be an agent and support of the soul of humanity. So to the extent that you are aligning with your own soul and being inspired by its patterns of thought and radiation, to that extent you are contributing to the upliftment of the larger whole and in service to the soul of humanity, and of course to the Christ himself.
Can I just go in and say something there, William?
Sure.
I just wanted to address what you said before about the creating of new thought forms and the breaking up of thought forms. One thing I didn't say, focus so much in my Capricorn talk was the fact that DK tells us that Capricorn suffers the most from crystallization of any other sign in the zodiac. And that is because of the fact that Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn, the ruler of the throat center of the mind, the creator of thought forms, geometrical patterns, etc. Those thought forms will only last for maybe a year or 10 years or a lifetime before they're outworn and they need to break up. And so what we're seeing in this next year with three major planets in Capricorn is the opportunity to break up a lot of thought forms. Pluto has been doing this job for several years already, of course. He's one of the best planets for the job as a agent of the first ray, and of course Capricorn is also an agent of the first ray. So in this next year we'll have an opportunity to really, you know, on a global scale, for old thought forms to be broken up, smashed. It's somewhat like the falling of the Berlin Wall, excuse me, back in the late 80s type of events, I think, that we have a possibility of seeing. And this first ray hammer aspect of Vulcan and the first ray, I think, is going to assist during this period of 2019. Yeah, thanks.
Philip, I'd like to say that one of the additional rays of Saturn is the first ray.
Yes, exactly.
And it's so interesting that it's not only crystallization, but putting crushing pressure upon forms which cannot stand the pressure because they are not soundly built according to the archetype. So I think even Saturn is going to help quite a bit here, over the next 2.5 years or 2 years.
And the reformulation of those ideas, once they're broken down, then they can be, as William said, I can't remember the exact word he used, but reconfigured in a sense.
That's the Jupiter part of it too. But also, I find Saturn and Capricorn to be paradoxical from the point of view of, Capricorn is a sign that's an earth sign, so you're quite right, it does rule the underworld from a lower perspective, but it also is the sign that represents the heights. And Saturn is what forces us to climb the mountain of initiation, but it's also the planet that imbues at the top of the mountain a deep sense of responsibility for the upliftment of humanity. So Saturn forces you back down the mountain to serve humanity too.
Yeah. Yeah, brilliant.
Go ahead. Who else?
Okay. J.O.
That's our Joe.
J.O. asked question, isn't it true that that box keeps coming in.
I'll find it.
Isn't it true that complete concretization in form is necessary before fracture and release of spiritual energies can be made? Therefore, all the Capricorn energy is performing the needed fracture. And with the creativity of the incoming fourth ray, human creativity is being released to explain and repair as needed.
There we go.
I mean, I think in principle, I think there's a lot of truth to that. That you, in the first part of it, particularly, the idea that the whole evolution of everything is based upon the perfection of consciousness through form, and it's why for an individual, until you're a fourth degree initiate, you have no choice but to return and reincarnate, because the relationship between spirit and matter, or spirit and form, hasn't been rightly adjusted and fully expressed without distortion. And in a certain sense, that's true in a larger scale with societies and cultures and everything. So I certainly agree with the idea that everything represents, all spiritual evolution represents the process of spirit taking form, and it has to fully express itself without distortion through that form. So in that sense, I fully agree. The question of destruction is a twofold one. There's to me anyway, there's destruction that is necessary as a next step, and then there's destruction that is trying to actually hinder that next step. I do feel that in my own perspective here, that at this point the Black Lodge is very much involved in what's trying to happen here, and it's also facilitating certain destructions within society that actually work against us, against what's trying to happen. So it's kind of it's a kind of, when we talk about destruction, it's like there's negative revolution and positive revolution, and I think it's important to realize that both are playing themselves out right now in the world drama.
If I can say something, probably you're familiar, William, with that quotation where he's talking about destruction, where he says, look, the death of a Jesus or a Father Damien is a much different thing than the death of a Hitler. And
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I believe you are very correct that this is an aspect of fighting to the last ditch that he talks about in relation to the counterforce. And now,
go
ahead.
I was going to say it's almost predictable. I mean, if you think about the magnitude of what the Tibetan has said is approaching, that we're in the final years of the stage of the Forerunner, and if humanity is approaching in this century the first initiation, and if the reappearance of the Christ is somehow connected to that from a timing perspective, we are clearly in the burning ground phase, and if the Christ is actually coming forward, it's almost predictable that there would be tremendous oppositional energies rising in defiance at this time. And that's why I'm convinced that the Black Lodge is probably more involved than it's been since World War II, you know, I think that in a certain sense, these things we're seeing in the world today are almost could have been predicted would happen. I remember the Tibetan said that something like, and again I paraphrase, but something like, crisis is always the prelude to initiation. Well, if humanity as a whole is approaching the first initiation, which it is, and if we are approaching it, we are going to see collective crisis, and it's building. And I think that we're coming close. Personally, I don't think we're quite at the place where the coals are yet the hottest, but it's certainly each year it seems that the coals are getting hotter and the polarization is getting greater. And that's why it's so important that each of us now realize that collectively we are the forerunner of the light, the new group of world servers, and so we are the force. In many ways, the whole success of humanity taking the first initiation and the reappearance of the Christ rests on the shoulders of the new group of world servers at this crisis period. So I don't mean to kind of put a heavy weight on anybody's shoulders here, but it's the truth is that's why I say this is your time, and it's not easy. And yet I also think it's important that doesn't mean that you shouldn't experience joy at this challenging time of your life either in service. I mean, the moments of joy that you experience on the path, even during this period of transition and difficulty, are moments of spiritual reassurance. And so I don't want to sound the note of alarm that everything is a crisis and we have to struggle to maintain unity or move toward unity. That is true, but look, find ways of experiencing the joy of life at the same time. It creates the right balance that'll even make you more effective. So, yeah.
Thank you, William. That was a so nice note. So I thought that I'm not going to say something what I was thinking to question, but it is so nice note to think about the joy which is coming from that we are working. But yet I am not feeling bad at all if you want to put some pressure upon us, because as we read earlier, it is the soul which is called upon when we have those moments of crisis and pressure. So in that sense, it is good. But maybe we will go forward and read something. If Michael, you go to the next slide. Which is saying it's Dina 2:218. In the destruction of the old world order and in the chaos of these modern times, the work of the new creation is going forward. The task of reconstruction leading to a complete reorganization of human living and to a fresh reorientation of human thinking is taking place. What therefore is the creative work confronting the ashrams in the hierarchy and the members of the new group of world servers, working creatively under the inspiration or the impression of the hierarchy? It falls into two parts. The work of bringing order out of chaos. And maybe this is a great thing for us, contemplate where and how we are doing that in our own little circles. Then two, the task of preparing the way for the reappearance of the Christ.
Yeah.
And I think this is the thing what is never enough. Whatever is happening around us, it is because that we gave the promise that we will come together in these vast numbers, as DK says, and we all has to do something. And as again, William was emphasizing, and earlier Phillip, about these last years, these are really the last years, and they are only these 6 years to go. In that sense, it is not going for vain if we think and sit down and maybe put point to point, what are those things that we are thinking, how we are and should be doing for preparing the way for the Christ? Because that is going to be the greatest event for all times until now on this planet. And that's why the Black Lords, it has to work. The counterforce has to come. And I think one way to look about the counterforce is about that, like the counter wind. It is making our muscles stronger. And this force, if we are learning, like William was talking about, seeing and about the eye in the beginning, how do we see in the core of that darkness the principle of divine, which has to be, because we have to do our part.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you, William. It was wonderful to have you here. We will continue, and let us again have this little moment, 1 minute silence before we have the next speaker. Can you have the next slide? And we are standing together 1 minute in silence with the Christ. And with joy, we are welcoming the next one. Michael, can you turn to the next slide?
Yeah.
So we see who is there, and there is Elena from Slovakia. So welcome, Elena. Welcome with us and give some wisdom from women.
Elena is self-muted.
Okay, Elena, can you be self-muted? How come? Click your microphone. But in the image, she is smiling.
Okay.
She's bringing the joy. Welcome, Elena.
There she is.
Am I on or what?
You're on.
I am on, okay.
You are so on, Elena. So on. You know, we know Elena is a profound student of the teaching, and especially of the astrological science. I don't know. Well, going as deep as one can, persistently. We have some, very, very good astrologers here, and you'll attest to that. And Elena is a profound student of this and of cycles. So, and a good friend for many years. So I'll just turn it over to you, Elena. And by the way, I've been meaning to ask, certainly if anyone has wanted to be a presenter and to show their screen, we can certainly do that. But I have a feeling that maybe most of you would maybe rather not do that. So if you do want to show your screen, please.
No, thank you.
No. Okay. Very good.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Tuija.
You're welcome.
First, I would like to thank to Phillip, who initiated the talk of the cycles and made excellent linking on the highest levels of the energies. So I would be following some of these cycles, and maybe bringing maybe the same dates which he already used, which is only the confirmation, that these energies are following, on different levels of its expression and manifestation. So, as we know, the rhythm set by the new group of World Service is a 3-year cycle, in order to make their service more effective. And this rhythm will release from strain and yet enable the workers of the group to feel that there is no failure. It is, it is not possible really to do good work when one feels that, the sense of failure is there, or lack of any achievement. So now the keynote for the first year of the 3-year cycle work is consolidation, with the emphasis being put upon the activity, very much third ray energy of the manifesting principle. So the third ray is the conditioning energy of the first ray, and it represents the cycle of crises which bring Saturn into operation there very much for that year. I am not going to go into great details because I tend to always overlap my time of presentation, so I am keeping very strictly to the 20 minutes here.
Do we believe that? We try, Elena.
Yes.
I hope not.
I am always asking for extra times, as you know, but not today. Not today, because Phillip already said much of the things, and I am sort of going to focus on from different. Adding to something different, but using many things of the dates which he already mentioned there. So the keynote of the second year of the 3-year cycle is expansion, where the quality is emphasized, the clarity and quality of the note, which is sounded by the form which appears and must be heard. This year is conditioned by the second ray, and it represents the cycle of tension, okay? And the keynote of the third year is impact. We are dealing with the living energies here, livingness, and the work of the indwelling life emerge for all to see, with a definite impact upon the public consciousness. It represents the cycle of emergence and is conditioned by the first ray, obviously, with all the livingness and the life energies being emphasized. Now, the information which I just gave you about the 3-year cycle was given to the disciple J.W. KP, And you can find it in Dyna 1, pages 163, 64, 65, and study it in more details. You will get the most understanding, though, from it by you study the disciple in order to realize, you know, the deeper meaning behind this three-year cycle. Because DK always select one disciple to present some new idea. And he selected this disciple for this topic because, and the cycle, because he was ready for its utilization. You see, he has the capacity to put it into practice. And my sort of advice in this would be, you know, it's rather labor to do that, but really goes through all the instruction to this disciple in order to know him and his issues and his work. Okay, because from that you will get a deeper understanding also of this 3-year cycle of the new group of world service. Okay, this three-year cycle is based on Wesak. The last 3 years cycle started with the Wesak 2017, and it ends with the Wesak in 2020. So we count the years from Wesak to Wesak. Thus, the year from Wesak 2017 to Wesak 2018 represented the first year of the consolidation, which I just mentioned already, the cycle of crisis, okay, with the third ray, energy influencing there. The year from Wesak 2018 to Wesak 2019 represents the second year of the expansion, cycle of tension, and the second ray energy conditioning. And the year from Wesak 2019 to the Wesak 2020 represents the third year of impact. It's the cycle of emergence and first ray. And we should watch the role of the Wesak in the ending or climaxing of these 3-year cycles. And it is the Wesak 2020 which represents this climax of the last 3 years cycle, and also initiate a new 3-year cycle. So we are going actually to very important energies where the year 2019 seemed to be coming of very important year because it's bringing a number of energies together. I would say that for us, you know, for us disciples, every Wesak provides the spiritual opportunity to sound the call to renewed spiritual effort and rededication of ourselves to the task of service. Now, this is I would say very important cycle of the 3 years, which have to be really looked deeper by each of us. And utilize those energies which is presenting, because new group of world service also work with seven-year cycle, which was initiated in 1935. Phillip touched on these energies, and I will just go through some of them and reaffirm what he already said himself. Because in December 1935, the energies of Capricorn, as he said already, were augmented by the forces pouring from a still greater constellation than Capricorn. And this augmentation was repeated 7 years later in 1942. And by these augmentations, the group can profit by the flow of the Capricornian influences, which can be registered every 7 years. as we know, we celebrate this week of new group of world service in Capricorn. Capricorn energy is one of the energies embodied by the law of group progress, the soul law. And at Wesak, 1936, it swept into fuller activity. And since then, the growth of a group idea emerged in a more definite sort of energy and utilization. And at the time of the Wesak, 1936, the door was open also to the extraplanetary being and the forces of light which were invoked by the hierarchy to offer their help with this process of the group emerging group idea. It means in relation to the new group world service, but also, in the group initiation process, because everything is related to everything else. And the initiatory process is also very much involved when we're looking at the cycles of the new group of world service. Now, the last 7-year cycle started in 2012 and will end or climax in 2019. So we note here that the 2019 is conditioned by both the 3-year cycle and 7-year cycle. And thus makes this year very, very important for us as an opportunity to really prepare for it and utilize the energies. The 3rd-year cycle is primarily the Wesak, and the 7-year cycle is the week of the new group of world service there. So through the 7-year, you see, from 2012 to 2019, 7-year. Okay, so and as we know, these festival weeks of new group of world service occur between 21st to 28th December, and as you know, if they should, we are told, if they should fall at the time of the full moon, the opportunity would be most significant, because they would gather, strong energies together during that week. Okay, so for that, it is good to remember these dates, these cycles where they are climaxing particularly, and be really prepared to utilize those opportunities and the energies which are present. We also know that the new group of world service are oriented towards the service of humanity. And their purpose, I would say their primary purpose maybe, is to express existent unity based upon pure motive and oneness of recognition. Unity is a major keyword for the 3rd initiation. We're talking really with very high energies here of being present in us also to become members of new group of world service. Now, this indicates that its members must evidence the realization of human and planetary unity. This is a high order, high requirements. And in the 1936, DK is telling us of the 400 accepted disciples working in the world at that time, only about 156 were equipped, to form a part of the slowly moving new group, this new group. These constituted the core of what will in the future be a dominant force as a new group of world service, when it emerged in its really great power. DK calls this new group the one subjective group of conscious living souls, because they are the living souls working through personalities. Okay, it's a group working on subjective levels. Obviously, the members of this new group work esoterically as souls and don't deal with any issues of the personality of the aspirants they seek to inspire. This is a basic rule, DK says, and will serve to eliminate many worthy aspirants from this group, okay? Which is a hard saying, but that's what he is telling us. In my present understanding, is that these 156 disciples forming the core there to be at least the second degree initiates. Now, in my present, I would say the future of the group will depend upon two requirements. I'm sure you have read this through through the books, through where he's talking about this new group of world service. But you know, for the people who are coming first time to this sort of stuff, the first requirement for the future of the group to be a member is the necessity of all the isolated disciples working in every country in the world to become aware of each other and then enter into telepathic rapport as an obvious effect of the growing sensitivity of all the working disciples. Now, the term working disciple is a technical term for the second degree. This can only be possible if the soul-mind-brain alignment is to some degree functioning in the individual, and when each aspect of this alignment can be simultaneously in touch with the members of the group. Now, this is a high order again, very high order, because at the second degree, you see this alignment has to be to some degree present and started to work, coming to its full conscious utilization at the third degree. Okay. Now, the second requirement is the capacity to preserve a constant and sequential recollection of both the inner and outer life. In a way, this reflects the dual life of discipleship. And this is called the continuity of consciousness, or the power to be fully aware of all happenings in all spheres of man's being during the entire 24 hours of the day. Now, just imagine these requirements: telepathy and continuity of consciousness to be requirements to become a member, true working conscious member of the new group of world service. Because continuity of consciousness, really working, we're coming to the third degree with it. But obviously everything is a process, and it starts with the second degree, okay? And just imagine to be in that state 24 hours a day, every day, okay? Now, we are told that a closer connection to the new group of world service, I'm sure many of you, particularly those who are working in the groups yourself, that it's possible when there are 3 consciously functioning members of the new group of world service found in any exoteric group. Now, to my understanding, these 3 would have to be, okay, at least second degree initiates. So all of us who are functioning in the exoteric groups, in a service of some kind, or being just members, would have to very carefully look at those members there and try to discover these three, because, you know, the three always have to stand above the 7. We're talking number 10 at the end. It is not easy to discover. It would not be easy to discover this triangle, which is very important to function in order to open the door to the new group World Service energies. Okay, so one need to ask, you know, how to approach that, what to look for, and as difficult as it is for an individual and each of us to establish where we are, so this would be even more difficult, okay? Because one would have to really stand detached from all the personality issues which usually function in many exoteric groups. Now, the first movement towards the anchoring of the new group of World Service upon the physical plane started in 1925. Is the year, or Phillip also mentioned, which was the year of hierarchical conclave, and it climaxed in 1934. Now you see, it is very interesting that 1925, we see a relationship to 2025 with a division of 100 years. Now, my impression here is that there is analogy and linking process where here in 1925, there was a physical plane anchoring of the new group of World Service. And 2025, where also would be hierarchical conclave, deciding on the physical plane appearance of the Christ. And these energies are linked because Christ is linked very closely to the new group of World Service. So I see here a very powerful relationship where also there would be a work of the new group of World Service. You know, the members would need to be involved in some way, but those members, you know, who are the core of the new group of World Service, you know, the initiates of above second and third degree and even higher, maybe. Okay, so it would be very important coming together of energies, you know, because hierarchical conclave, you know, it doesn't happen very often, as we know. And so this is the linking of these years here, 1925 and 2025. Now, climaxing in 1934, here, if we follow an instruction upon the new group of World Service sent out in wide distribution of the pamphlet written by DK entitled The Next 3 Years, which was going out in October 1934, where Sun was in Libra and signaled the anchoring of new group of World Service upon the physical plane. Okay? So in 1925, the process was initiated, but in 1934, you know, it actually became a reality, that it happened, okay? Significantly, Uranus, the esoteric ruler of Libra, was moving in Taurus, the sign ruling the new group of World Service. Now, when we're looking at the physical plane, there are two energies primarily, usually involved, Ray 3 and Ray 7. Libra, Ray 3, third aspect, and Uranus, 7 ray, you know, ruling the Libra and moving through Taurus, relating it to the new group of World Service manifestation upon the physical plane. So I was reading very fast, and you see, now I surprise you, the people who didn't believe me. This is going to be an even shorter presentation than 20 minutes. Thank you for your for your attention.
Dearest, it went 6 minutes off, but doesn't matter. But we believe you, Elena.
How? I told you I'm going to surprise you.
Helena, have you heard of time dilation? It happens when you leave the earth, you know. Time is very plastic, very mutable.
You know, I was on the subjective level. There is no time limit.
That's it.
Exactly, Elena. But you surprised us.
Well,
so I thank Phillip who brought the whole energetic level, to those highest level, which is very good. I really enjoyed Phillip. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, look, let's, hopefully people have been taking notes about something they might want to say or something they might want to ask. And I noticed, Elena, how you didn't go into detail, and I forgive me.
I left all the astrology out because I said if I start with it, I never finish.
Yeah.
That's
anyway, we have a variety of approaches. So, okay, look, fantastic. Now, Michael, can you help us with what we have to look at in answer to Elena?
Well, backing up a little bit, Don has commented and questioned. There seems to be many different levels of the wisdom needed to be brought in as new ideas in all the different areas of human endeavor. Levels that need to engage the minds of those who know nothing of what we are talking about here. How can we contribute to bringing in the new ideas and understandings in ways that the man on the street can understand?
Well, this is always difficult, to simplify matters to the level of somebody who never heard of the stuff and what kind of language. We cannot use any technical or esoteric language. We need to bring it into the language of the person we are talking to. And this always brings the issue, how to recognize who we're talking to. You see, because we need to talk on the level of the person in order that we are understood, and use the simplest, as I said, language. Would be my very simple and short answer to that.
Okay.
May I say one thing? Master Moria says, speak on the level of your interlocutor. Speak proportionately. And that is an art. And it requires not just the mind, but it even requires the solar plexus. You know how the psychological group has the head center, throat center, heart center, and solar plexus center. It allows you to attune properly to the person you're speaking. And then also to be able to translate this into simpler words, which can be done, of course. Okay, great.
But there is also one thing what we have to bring into discussion about that we actually have to be interested about the people of the streets. We have to be finding, as we say, the Christ in you, the hope of glory. We have to find that. Very often what I have noticed is that we lose the connection to just human itself. The soul, indwelling soul in that human. And then when we speak with love, we absolutely find the words.
The other thing is, it's a little bit out of maybe context here, but, when we speak of love, and we say, we are loving souls, what it's actually the energy which is becoming, what is happening here? What is also important here to bring is that it is the radiation of love which we need to be love, it need to be in our aura, which radiates, and sometimes we don't need to say anything or touch anybody, but our aura is full of that radiating love, which is very healing energy. And that reminds me of the Christ when his aura passed, the people on the street, it healed. He didn't have to say anything because it was so powerful that the effect of that aura of radiating all what he possessed was healing.
Yes, he says, transfigure life in terms of accomplishment. True accomplishment involves a life of steady radiance.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may add to that part of discussion, it's Katia. It's interesting because we were reading this morning with Alexandr and about the new group, and there was a line somewhere that actually Christ was relating to the people through physical help and healing. And it's interesting to me that, Elena, even when you talk about aura, you somehow, it's like not us but our aura, but our aura is us.
Yes.
And that is also to be remembered. It's the radiating principle, and so that was the comment, and the physical help. And I think it is still very, very much efficient, because when you start working, anybody start working together on a physical level, like volunteering is a very good principle of that, right? Example, immediately there is this manifestation of the group principle is there. I mean, will it be picked up by the working team or not? I think that might be a work that needs to be done by esoteric groups, like the precipitation of that principle, bridging to the higher level. I mean, I'm saying very abstract things, but I hope that
I understand.
It is. I mean, I'm totally sure you understand, but yes, of course. But I hope I make myself clear.
Yes.
And just I'm so grateful for many brief very important things that you mentioned in your talk. It's like, and everybody did, but somehow it's like I feel like little pins are in my brain, to return to that, to ponder on this, to ponder that. And but thank you for this.
Thank you, Katia. Thank you.
My pleasure. Over.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michael. Who else?
Okay, Joe asks, is it true that the Black Lodge can destroy form, but that it cannot touch soul spiritual energies?
Well, I seem to repeat one mantra every day, which goes something like this. As a soul, I work in the light, and darkness cannot touch me. I make my stand in that light, and there I work. So you see, there is sometimes used also as a protection. This mantra, very simple one, but something which the speaking about the Black Lodge. I never tend to think about Black Lodge as such, because it is not very, how would I say, sometimes safe. And DK also advises us not to go that way or deal with these matters, because when we speak about the great invocation and the last section of it, to close the door on the evil. What is the evil? The evil I see, the major evil is separativeness. Separativeness, which creates so many problems and so many bad energies. pride. You know, there are all sources of glamour, and they are the evil, which you see, the humanity can close it. You see, he uses two energies for that, light and love. But closing the invocation, there is adding the third energy, and that is the power. Why? Because the plan has to be realized on earth. Okay, and for that, we need that energy of power, which is the will, very important energy. You see, so you know, this is how I understand blackness and darkness and all. You know.
I just wanted to just quickly add to that yes, the so-called Black Lords can affect the form because they are the masters of controlling the lower forms, these unconscious elemental lives units, and that's why it is so much guarded, all the secrets which are related to the Devic lives, like the color and the mantras and real sounds and notes which are related to the word.
Okay.
Maria Christina asks, might you comment more fully on the ingress of Uranus into Taurus?
Wow. Well, Phillip already spoke about that. And I have mentioned, because he was talking about the recent ingress, I was talking about the 1925 when or 1934, where Uranus was also, you know, moving through Taurus. There are different years, different cycles, and different energies, because you see, even we are speaking about Uranus through Taurus. We need to consider what other energies at the same time, where they are and how they are working together or not working together. You know, so everything is a synthesis, not only one thing extracted from the whole picture. You see, and the same, like, you know, we're looking at the astrological chart. We cannot just focus on one aspect or one sign or one planet, what it is doing, because everything has to work related together in order to make the final judgment of some kind.
Yes, I would say too, you know, there's a very strong shambolic implication of Uranus and Taurus together. It operated to produce a war, the likes of which humanity has not seen for millions of years, and now the chance to produce a rare form of enlightenment in some of the higher types, I think, is there. It's a very big subject. Phillip,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and we dealt with a little bit of it, and proper dealing with it would take an hour. But let's just say, go ahead, Elena.
Okay. I would just add one more thing, that Uranus is in its fall in Taurus because it has exaltation in Scorpio. And that is another aspect which is very important to look at when we are trying to figure out what that Uranus is doing at a particular time in that Taurus. Okay? And what is happening in Scorpio, for example. You know, that's why I said there's so many things, and every sign, every aspect, every planet can be interpreted in so many different levels, which has to be adjusted to the individual which we are looking at, or to the situation which is happening on the planet at the time. Okay?
I think Elena, let's all have a webinar on Uranus entering Taurus. I think we could really give the right kind of attention to that. But right now there are other questions involved here. But someone who's had their hand up a long time, Michael, is Elena Manjou. Let's see, somewhere here. It's been up a long time. If she's still there, Oh, yes, she is. And if I can deal with this for a second, the unbelievable plastic pollution on the oceans and Earth. Do you remember anybody somewhere in the psychology books? I believe DK talked about chemical combinations that were not intended by hierarchy, and how they were going to cause quite serious problems for humanity. And I believe that the whole plastic situation was what he was referring to. Does anybody have a recollection of that? Because it seems that
Yes, I do.
Do you? The fifth ray,
Yeah, it's about mineral drugs. He was talking about mineral drugs having an unintended consequences with the Devic life.
Exactly, the Devic life, right? That's right.
He wasn't referring to pollution. He was talking specifically about modern medicine.
Well, let's see. I had the idea that that there was something there about unsanctioned combinations,
unintended combinations. I think it says, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you brought the minerals in Cosmic Fire. He mentioned that we should not consume minerals in the form they are now, given.
He was talking about modern mineral-based drugs, I think, and their combinations. That was the specifics. While I'm here, Elena, I'd like to ask you a question and make some comments.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
And you had some great insights there, and I remember that I forgot to mention with this Uranus and Taurus cycle that there was one in the 1930s, of course. That was the last cycle, and in fact, when Uranus entered Taurus at that time, it conjoined Hitler's sun in Taurus and created him as the revolutionary, if you like, of Germany at that time. Of course, Pluto was squaring Uranus at the same time, and there is the forces of materialism and darkness that end up working through the German nation. But also before that, in 1925, when you mentioned that date that I'd mentioned, it occurred to me also that DK had been writing through Alice Bailey for several years. The work was well in progress for the writing of all those books through her. Cosmic Fire, all the early books. I think White Magic was started around this time as well. But also the other thing that occurred to me is that 1919 was the first time the Tibetan made contact with Alice Bailey, and that was exactly 100 years ago. This year.
Yes.
Well, next year, 2019 anyway. So I think that's quite significant.
Yes, because you see, the special cycle started in 1918. 1918, where the war was, I think, the First World War.
Yes.
So that is a very, very special cycle which is related to this, what is it? To this year 1925 and 1934. I followed these cycles. That's why they were waiting for the war, and that he made contact the next year with Alice Bailey, because the focus on these matters were somehow blocked, or some kind of energy was not right to start it in that 1918 when the cycle actually started. You see, so.
Also, in 1925, there was a lot of activity with the Theosophists. That's when Annie Besant and Leadbeater and Krishnamurti were all supposedly taking initiations. I think at least Krishnamurti probably did, and maybe Annie Besant. So it's a very important period.
Yes.
And also, the question I had was, what page number or reference was it that you were talking about with 156 disciples?
I can give it to you, but I don't. Michael might find it very quickly, because it's in a white. I think it's in White Magic book.
Okay. Right.
Okay, around the pages 400 something.
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got it, Philip. It's White Magic, page 417.
There
brilliant. Thanks so much. Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Cheers.
All right. Let's go on. We have just a few minutes left. Webinar is full. Okay.
Don writes, wise words from Elena, but there are huge bridges that have to be built in order to bring the established religions to a new place of understanding. Do they have to die, or can they be changed? I want to see Christianity transformed into what Jesus was teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is a new world religion coming up, you know, which, you know, Christ would be conducting the ceremony in churches of the first and second initiation, you know. So the process is already there, but, you know, it's a very slow movement with it. Because humanity, you know, has to fight big battles here. And, you know, when we talking about that humanity is taking the first initiation, it doesn't mean that the whole humanity is taking it. Only that part of the humanity who are moving, you know, on the probationary path and are preparing for it. Okay? That is my understanding, because that's what it says.
There's just a little time left. And
just another question, or comment really, about the small number of disciples that Elena was referring to before.
Yes.
And what the proportion are probably now. We don't know the exact numbers, we can only speculate on them, but just as the 63 masters hold the tension or the energy for the entire planet, so the various levels of initiates from the third, second, first, etc., hold the tension for the rest of humanity. So now in this fifth root race, that we've reached the culmination of the development of manas or mind, that is held by a certain percentage of humanity who have reached that point of unfoldment. Not all of humanity obviously have reached that, but a certain percentage of humanity can hold that for the rest. And so that allegory applies to the various degree initiates working in their various fields.
Yes, yes. So, you know, because this is the sometimes a problem that we look at one reference and that's it. We make a judgment of it. And then people see another reference and they say, oh, he said something different there and he's saying different, which is not. He's talking about the same thing, but from a different level. Yeah. You see, and these misunderstandings happen that it's very dangerous, you know, to make any judgment on one sentence when he says somewhere. You see, it has to be studied very carefully when one wants to make judgment. And there is never, you know, one or two people involved, as you say, you know, Philip, as I said about humanity taking a first degree. You know, we need to look who actually, how, and we have no idea how many there are of the humanity. You know. And it's all related to the judgment day, you know, when all this is going to be section is going further, section is withdrawn, and so on and so on. You know.
Thank you, Elena. I am sorry that we have to intervene here because we are going to have the next group. So as we see again, we do not have enough time. So we have to come together again and continue. And just for you who might not be seeing, there are constantly coming now more people who are trying to get in. Maybe because of the we have now this next presenters and their friends may be wanting to come. And please, you who know that your friends would have tried to come in. I don't know how we are going to solve this. Maybe this recording can be sent. I don't know. We have to talk about that. But we will now move forward.
Is there any way that there could be parallel broadcast on YouTube that those who cannot connect to the webinar could watch via YouTube?
Alexandr, I didn't hear. What did you say? Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes. I wonder if there's a way to start a parallel broadcast via YouTube that those who cannot connect to the webinar could at least watch on YouTube. Maybe it's too late already technically, but just a question.
I just have to ask those who understand technically this.
Well,
I don't know.
okay. Right now, we can't do anything, but we may have the names and email addresses of those who tried to connect, so we can provide them with something. In fact, we're even leaving out some of the people who wanted to ask questions, and that's a shame, but we must go forward.
So we will think about what is the solution for all of this. Let us now, Michael, have the next. I just read these few paragraphs. Can you, Michael, put the next slide? From Dinah 2. Therefore, brother of mine, a great effort toward alignment is going on, and when the individual aspirant can so meditate that his voice can reach the new group of world servers, that group can then impress the individual. Through him, humanity can be reached. It can also impress the hierarchy. Then the contemplatives who are in touch with Shambhala can contact the hierarchy, and through the hierarchy can impress the new group of world servers. Then, and only then, the moment will arrive when the Christ will come. The next slide.
Yeah, that's a very big group, by the way.
The united meditation of these disciples is collaborating with that of the Christ and of the masters, and senior initiates will impress the members of the new group of world servers. Those in this latter group who are, as disciples, members of the hierarchy, become the agents of this impression. The meditation of the new group of world servers in conjunction with the hierarchical meditation will inevitably impress the sons of men who are seeking and longing for liberation. Thus a great channel or path of light is created by cooperative meditation, and along that path, speaking symbolically, the Christ will come. 1 minute silence for purpose. And now we welcome Uta, and how did you pronounce this? Hechal group from Israel. Are you there, Uta, and the group? Welcome.
Yes, we are here. Hello. Hello from
Hello,
Jerusalem.
welcome.
Hi. Wow, what a beautiful picture you made of us.
You are so beautiful.
Really pretty.
Wow.
I turned the computer one round around our table. We are sitting all around the table here. So each one has a chance to see the beautiful picture. And first of all, I would like you to unmute also Grete, who is also part of our group, but who fell sick at the last moment, so she cannot be with us here in Jerusalem.
But she will share.
Yes, but she will also want to share something. And yes, just to say that it's an excitement, a special joy to be with all of you. Also on this vigil of Michael and Tuija and friends, and also on the 2025 initiatives platform, on which we have already now, it's I think the 7th year, that we do a Capricorn Jerusalem meeting. And I would like to commend all of us on this complex cooperation that we are here doing with several groups, and even us here, the 7 of us, making a coherent, hopefully, presentation by being 7 people. It was quite a feat. Yeah, so I think that what we are doing here together on this webinar is in itself a unifying act and an expression of the new group of world servers becoming a functioning world group. So as the law of group progress has been stated several times already, so also we have been inspired by it. And the Tibetan master, as you have said before already, gives instructions for the establishing of a functioning world group, which for the first time could attempt a world task to hold a vision in front of humanity, I mean to formulate a vision and hold it in front of humanity, and to act as a bridge between humanity and hierarchy. A functioning world group consists of functioning group units, which consist of functioning individuals. Each group unit is like an instrument in the big world orchestra, and now is the time to tune our instruments, so we will be ready to play in symphony at the coming decisive times. So we would like to propose a group experience. As I said, we are sitting here around the table in the southern part of Jerusalem, very close to Bethlehem. We can see it from here. We saw this morning that the Church of Nativity has received a new golden roof. We can see it from here. But as Israelis, we cannot go there because of the wall of separation. Yeah, so we are here a group that is actually an international group. It's made up of people from locally here from Jerusalem and people from all over the world. Yeah, from different countries. We experience ourselves as a group laboratory, a group disciple in training. And we are learning to carry out a specific task. Each of us holds a ray function in our group, which means focalizing a specific area in our group life. So we will go around the table and we will share, each one of us will share a certain key aspect of our group life that has to do with our respective ray functions. And it is all based on our group experience. And after that, we will do a meditation that relates to all that we will share before, all connected to how the world group is becoming coherent and functioning in cooperation with On High. And after that, we can have a group sharing. So I start because I am holding the first ray function in our group. So I assert the purpose of the group. I hold Hechal's purpose clear and fresh, and keep the fire going throughout the many years that we do this already. My job is to inspire and stimulate the group and to keep the group activities on track towards our decided goal. Our Hechal is holding for more than 20 years an outpost for universal spirituality and right relations in Jerusalem. We have done many projects over the years, and my group colleagues will talk about several other aspects. I would like to focus on one aspect that is quite a deep layer of our purpose, and that is the relationship between the Jewish people and the rest of the world. And I bring it here because it has relevance to our theme of co-creating a functioning world group. We know from the decay that the Jewish people have played a pivotal role in the development of humanity. They have planted the seed of mind and have inspired many new advancements in humanity for eons. So in a sense, we could say that the Jewish people are like forerunners or parents of the new group of world service that is coming about now. The task that we have now as a new group is to complement this seed of mind with the flowering of the heart. And by this, take world stewardship to the next level. To see the reciprocity in the relationship between that earlier phase that the Jewish people have focalized and this phase that is starting now with the new group, it has a unifying and stabilizing effect. And we in Hechal, we serve as a seed of this process. We are containing both Jewish and non-Jewish members of the new group. And we hold consciously this space in which this amalgamation between the Jewish people and the new group and the whole of humanity can take place. And to hold this space requires a special quality that also some of my colleagues will talk about later, which is the will to love. So let us take a moment now to reflect on this.
Hello, I am Helen Kerem from Jerusalem. And in this group of ours, I hold a secondary function. Function of nurturing the space of love, nurturing the relationships within the group field and with other groups. Tribal love, which is a solar plexus and second chakra glue that we encounter in all of humanity, in all of us, is very strongly stressed and expressed among the Jewish people over the times. In Judaism, the following phrase saying that all of Israel are responsible for one another. This phrase is the basis of this tribal accountability and responsibility of the people to its kins. And at this time of transiting from the tribal to the more global, I'm going to cite a phrase of DK. A disciple or group of disciples are now ready for more light. Yeah. In the past, groups have been formed for mutual benefit, mutual strengthening, and this has been their glory and also their curse. Today, the new groups are slowly and gradually coming into being, recognizing no authority but that of their own souls, and submerge their interests to the sole purpose of the group as a whole. End of quote. This is from Esoteric Psychology 2, page 178, on the law of group progress. We here strongly feel that we are entering the wave of this transformation and transmutation from tribal love to human brotherhood love on our planet, using the principles of accountability to each other, which have served us for so long. On the ground, locally, we do encounter this welcome change. It is really like a beacon of light in the midst of the large cloud of extremism that we encounter now in the world, and strengthens so the walls of separation. I see it together with my co-workers, with the efforts of people and groups and organizations who are peacemakers in this area. For example, bridge builders between Palestinians and Israelis, for example, and many others. And I would like to relate a little bit to our experience in this acupuncture point of the area. Our little group, Hechal group, is a united group, strengthened by heartfelt personal relationships that have been built on the many, many lessons that we learned by the upheavals of group fire, and got to a wonderful heart connection, which is soul tainted. Yes, and I would also like to mention something else in this little group, that we are entering a stage in which we begin to experience opening and sharpening of our antenna to the impulses of our guides. Something very, absolutely very beautiful and uplifting. Yes, if I take a moment to reflect, I will continue.
Hello, my name is Stefano Bonadiman. I live in Italy, and I am very happy to be part of this group. I hold the third ray, and my function is to tend towards group initiation as a state of consciousness which goes beyond a physical place or a group of people. In a few words, it is to favor the creation of a network of centers, of course centers of light, in straight relationship and harmony with each other, within a field of love. A network that can give birth to the seeds of the new cultures of light, of a new civilization, as a direct precipitation and in communion with a world of ideas, with a divine plan, encouraging a continuous internal and external dialogue, sacralizing group life. My really deep purpose is to make these words a reality. In the everyday living through love, in communion with all of you. Let's ponder a few seconds to our hearts.
Hello, my name is Elisabetta Raspini. I live in Città della Pieve, Italy, and I'm also part of the community of living ethics. I'm part of the Hechal group since 7 years ago. My contribution within this group as a fourth ray function is to hold in heart and mind the reference model for the group work, which is the imitation of the spiritual hierarchy, with its 7 ashrams, its 7 sacred planets, and so on. It is to hold the vision of the group and of the world groups as a reflection of this model, working as a fractal of this spiritual organism, as above, so below. It is to constantly seek the beautiful, the good, the true, trying to harmonize, to apply them to group life, to everyday living, through a continuous invocation and evocation of higher qualities and potencies which can elevate the substance within the 3 worlds of human endeavor. It is to creating a possible pure channel so that truth and grace can imbue ourselves and manifest through us as world servers in service to humanity. This as a spontaneous response as souls to the call emitted from our elder brothers and sisters who live on the subtle realms, who guide our lives. And we do this by opening ourselves, creating a field of resonance with the world of souls, with the spiritual hierarchy, with the source of inspiration, by allowing the transformation to take place within, allowing these higher energies to work through us as instruments for the greatest good of all, becoming their hands and feet on earth. So given the present world situation and in preparation for 2019 and 2025 spiritual events, it is at the end to hold that place of stillness and silence and love, where all potentialities can be held in focus as possible seed for the flowering of the Christ consciousness to become alive within the body of humanity. Let us take a few seconds
Shalom. Good evening. My name is Efrat. I live in Jerusalem. I hold the 5th ray in our group. The main function of the 5th ray is to bring a new thought form from high, from what is implied by the first, second, third, and the fourth rays into humanity, to bring a new culture to a new civilization, meaning a culture of light, of unity instead of separation, a culture that seeks the one within all form, and that uniting heart and mind. Our unique and special geographic place in Jerusalem had a special meaning and also a big challenge. In Jerusalem, the old, from the stone to the ideas, is strongly present. Therefore, it is so important to bring the new light into this acupuncture point on our planet. To build a new thought form, especially here. In our group, I manifest the fifth ray function by recognizing and identifying groups and individuals who are open to the new ideas and can become a bridge to a new civilization. Groups and individuals who are working for finding new solutions to the old conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, and also within the Jewish people themselves, by reaching out to those who are interested in opening to the whole humanity, with a wish to become a nation among nations. In my professional life as a teacher and a family therapist, I also bring this idea of bringing light into the conflict between the families and with the person itself. For this, I'm using Roberto's surgery psychosynthesis, even without mentioning it. And I can really see the positive and meaningful result of this approach. Take a step, to step on, to form it.
Yeah. Hello, good evening. I'm Grete Hartz. I live in Denmark. I hold the sixth ray function in the group. I assert the value of the group. The sixth ray has the function of establishing a connection with the world of ideas in order to maintain the essential unity. The unity is consisting of diversity, which is a power and richness we have to acknowledge and understand. In our Hechal group work, it is an enrichment and value, especially here in Jerusalem, which is one of the key places for unity in diversity. In the Hechal group, we are working together with the elders on high on the project to be an outpost of light, love, and spiritual power, which leads to the synthesis, the will to love. And practice this every Monday in our Jerusalem meditation and also in the bigger group. This is a reciprocal process where the elders on high and we as the Hechal group work together. To be able to work in this way, we have to get trained, we have to fine-tune our vehicle and open our antennas. That requires silent listening to get the inspiration in our work for the New Jerusalem. We are working as an experiment to build the bridge between the fourth kingdom and the fifth kingdom, which controls the hierarchy. A step towards the distant goal for the birth of the new world religion. Let us take a moment to reflect on this.
Hello, I'm the seventh. My name is Lee Holly. I live in Israel. I hold the seventh ray function in the group. I hold the attention toward the union of spirit and matter in order to lay the foundations of new world order and to manifest the divine plan on earth, to apply harmony and rituals in everyday life as a sole expression of beauty and kindness. In our group, we apply cyclic activities like daily meditation, like monthly New Moon Jerusalem meditation, led by Ita, to which you are all most welcome to join, and local full moon meditation. A part of our rhythmic activity is that we meet physically as a group twice a year from different countries to the year to come. Let all be blessed by radiating our will to love toward humanity and all the kingdom of nature. Amen.
Okay. Let us now take these principles and these thoughts and these intentions into meditation. Let us start with a deep breath, bringing ourselves into our inner center. Touching base with our body, establishing or re-establishing well-being, comfort, and alignment. Our hearts are full of joy, and peace is in our mind. We are in resonance with personality and soul. And let us, each of us, become aware of our own group or groups now and our triangles. Stand in relation in these groups and triangles. And now connect all this by connecting us in this vigil together, imagining all these threads connecting all of us on the vigil and all of our groups and triangles. And from there, their groups and triangles, until we together comprise the whole new group of world service. Let us visualize the spiritual airways between all of us on this planet and get a felt sense of this emerging entity, this planetary presence. And let us visualize it unifying and becoming a functioning world group. And from here, let us take a few minutes in silence, opening ourselves as representatives of the new group to communion with our ashramic co-workers, to contemplate together with them the plan and our part in it as a world group. Gently, let us bring our focus back into our vigil group field. And let us bring with us the light and the love and the purpose that we contacted. And let us allow these higher qualities to synthesize into the quality of the will to love. And we radiate this unifying will to love into the network of triangles of the world group. And let us conclude now our meditation with the mantra of unification, saying it as the new group of world servers with massed intent to and for humanity. The human souls are one, and I am one with them. I seek to love, not hate. I seek to serve and not exact due service. I seek to heal, not hurt. Let pain bring due reward of light and love. Let the soul control the outer form and life and all events, and bring to light the love which underlies the happenings of the times. Let vision come and insight. Let the future stand revealed. Let inner union demonstrate, and outer cleavages be gone. Let love prevail. Let all humans love. Let us take a moment to let the impressions percolate into our brain consciousness, perhaps recording them. Okay. Yeah, and we can open now a field for sharing our inspirations and for dialogue.
Okay, then. Thank you, Uta and Roop, for your presentation. Now, let's see, Michael, can you, if any of you has thoughts or questions, this is the time. We have, I think, another 10 minutes, I think. Something like that.
We have more. Yes, we will figure it out, Michael. I was just thinking before the others are going to question, I would first want to thank you, from the beautiful energy. It is like last year, it is really uplifting to be with you and to sense this group energy, the functioning, something powerful which is coming from you. And I was thinking in practical terms, so you said that you are meeting in a physical place in Jerusalem, I suppose, so twice a year. And then are you then having webinars during the months, or are you just doing the meditations at your homes, or are you connected via Skype, or how does it work for your group?
Yes. First of all, we meet once a year in Israel in the Capricorn time, where all the international guests come. And then once in the summer in Europe, mostly in Italy, in the Community of Living Ethics. And we do, yes, we have a lot of online activities, both as a whole group in the Jerusalem meditation. Our group here meets every week, every Monday, and we open it, the Jerusalem meditation, once a month around the new moon to more people to join us. And except for this, we have all kinds of other activities. Triangle that's dealing with the whole Jewish question, the assignment that DK gave to Asajoli. We continue on this basis, this work that has not been finished, and we know there's a lot still to do. Yeah, other things also, other group activities, also concerning the work with the 7 rays that we are researching and developing, and also our work with On High, yeah. And all this, yeah, we do in webinar form, but here the locals, they are also meeting locally.
How beautiful. So all of you, have you been from the beginning on, the whole group from the 20 years old, what did you say?
More than that. Yeah, we are actually more than that. Some of us are there from the beginning, yes. And some have joined at a later stage.
Right,
Yeah.
so what do you consider the beginning?
The beginning was in 1997 when I finally, 1997, we started in Jerusalem the Klinika.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a call to build an outpost in Jerusalem a few years earlier, but it took me some time to finally get it. And I started teaching meditation classes, which grew into a whole curriculum of courses. And at a certain point, I understood that my what you call senior students are ready to join me as teachers. So yes, we became a group. We opened a non-profit organization and. Yeah, began our journey as a Hechal group. That was, yeah, 1997 this activity started.
Well, it's really wonderful to hear and very respectful effort. So I guess so that you have had also many challenges there during the years, because thinking about what you are standing for and how people, does people there know your work in Israel? So how it is, how openly you can work?
We could open this. Hi, this is Helen. We could open for a while as long as we were a school, you know, so we had students.
And full moon meetings.
And full moon meetings, yes. And then at a later stage, we outreached a Palestinian community of people who might be interested and who were interested. And it was quite a fruitful time, this cooperation. And then you know, outer yeah, there was a new phase. There was a new phase of the cooperation changed, and
more subjective. Our work became more subjective, and then and also more global. It became more a work of holding this outpost subjectively and linking it with the rest of the world, what Asajoli calls the spiritual airways, both to bring air into this area here,
yes.
and connect this area, air it out, help it lift,
especially
with the sea. Yes, and our
thank you.
Yeah, this is so important that this group is not only local but also international. So that is really creating the link.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I can see that there are some questions and some hands up. So are you taking them, Michael?
I think Michael Stacy, I'll let Michael Stacy do that. By the way, I do want to say that we've been talking about Uranus entering Taurus, and one of the important signs for Israel is Taurus, isn't it? I believe, yes, it is. Okay, as well as Aquarius, and I think maybe Libra is there too. So you do have some air signs to work with on those airways, I guess. But it'll be very, be very interesting to see.
Well, to blow out.
what the next 7 years hold, you know. Okay, Michael, go ahead if you will. Call on people, and we'll try to get people who have something. Oh, by the way, one more time, please. Hechal, what does it mean? Hechal.
Hechal means sacred space in temple.
Shrine.
Shrine.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, it's both in Hebrew and Arabic, huh?
Yes.
Okay, yes. There's a bridge. There's a bridge.
That's it.
Okay. Go ahead, Michael. Do you have anybody that wants to speak?
Okay. There's been a number of questions, comments provided, and I'm going to start from the most recent and work backwards. There's not much time.
No.
But Margot Rush typed for Pat Kirchner, who said, Christ's presence is with us and is supporting our connecting to him. He is with us.
Okay.
And Elisa here from Brazil. We can't measure the size of the thankfulness to be able to receive and give all the good and love you, all group, just did to all participants, and of course in our Triangle Network around the blue planet. And Joe writes, may all forms that need to be destroyed be destroyed. May all forms that need to be rebuilt or built be rebuilt or built. May we be the eye of the soul for Sanat Kumara and not the I of the personality on this planet, in unity with the universal principles.
Amen. Yeah.
Jose has provided a link, which I haven't forwarded, to the Lucis Trust in the cycles for the new group of world servers.
Okay.
And Trudy asks, can you please explain?
Michael, excuse me, I just wanted to say that I forwarded Jose's link. I put it in the chat to all the audience, so I was able to forward that to everybody.
Great. Trudy asks, can you please explain more about the 3-year cycle? And this goes back, I think, to before the current presentation began.
Well, that's a big one, isn't it? That's a big one. You know, I would suggest, Trudy, that you get in touch with Elena and go into the details of it, because it's a vast subject and our time is unfortunately running out right now, except that we are supposed to respect them and work in cooperation with the keynotes of these cycles and find a way to not go against the grain by expressing what the keynote expresses every 3 years. Elena, maybe you can maybe make yourself available to Trudy if that's possible. Okay, go on, please.
How are we doing with time now?
Oh, well, we're running out. Go ahead.
Oh, no. We are in time. We are supposed to start the next one 10 past.
Okay.
And before that, there are just a few readings, so we are good.
Okay. Tiffany asks, for any presenter, should we look at poverty as a consciousness? And if it is, how do we evolve or break that illusion and evolve that consciousness? I understand the systemic injustice, but looking towards those who struggle with poverty, do you believe persons are traumatized from the generational experience?
Uta and group.
It's for us.
The poverty consciousness.
I can make a note for that we can study also the money meditation, which is given by Master D.K., which is teaching us to overcome our wrong idea of money itself.
Yeah.
Oh.
I could bring some thought about that when Katia and I will be sharing, so they will like an answer to that.
Thank you, Alexandra. That's great. Go ahead, Michael.
And another comment. See, this is Robin Gross, and it goes back to William's talk. Yes, it sounds abstract, yet William pulled it down by highlighting dual mind, the practice of standing with mind in the light while looking down, interacting on the physical plane. One way I try to practice this by acknowledging soul's presence in a form of world interaction.
Okay. Good. Thanks for that acknowledgement.
And then there's just been a litany of comments from Robin Davis, who has left.
Mm-hmm. I think it's something about the functioning of, okay, she comes in and out, so she has to understand something about being able to stay. Okay.
Or then there can be bad connections, who knows?
Yes, it can be something like that. Okay. And now We have someone who
And
wants to speak, right? Or do we? I believe. Paul O'Neill, is that it? He would like to speak. Maybe
I would like to just share one impression that I had during the meditation, and that is I had a new felt sense of the new group of world servers as a living entity. It is, if we see it as an entity that has its own life and its nadis and its chakras and everything, it makes it more real, more feelable, and stimulates us to love it, to give it our love and our care. And I think the new initiative of the Thursday 10 minutes of silence on its behalf will do a lot. And if we can think about it as a being, so it will draw out of us our love. That's it.
Thank you for Uta bringing this, because I was just thinking while you were talking about the idea of theater. I was in my young age, or actually rather long time, I was in theater, and I think one of the great teachings in being theater is about that one starts to understand how the whole unity is functioning, how the whole group belongs to that. Otherwise, no program can be brought out, even though you don't have any lines to say, but you have to be on the stage or you are behind the stage. You have a function for that, and that all thing brings for the benefit of all or the success of the play. And that is something about the group that and especially in the silence, I think so too, that you start to feel this breathing of this greater thing which is in the earth or manifesting, but at the same time it is reaching to the higher and making this funnel and vortex or chalice in order to bring something from within into the outer world. And it is very touching. I could say that too.
Yeah, we have been discussing earlier here the need for silence, for making what you just said now. It's in the silence that the new can be born. But we do need a certain maturity as a world group, not knowing each other, not being physically together. How do we actually hold together the silence in which, as an entity, as a one being, to hold this space for the new to come,
to be informed,
to
make this precipitation.
This is a learning process, and I think really this Thursday, this initiative will do a lot to teach us this, so we can practice it together as a world group.
I would like to suggest something that we study in detail and in a profound way what the Ajna Center means at various levels of expression, because I have a feeling that the various levels of the new group of world servers will be revealed thereby, and the same goes for Taurus. We've been given, and the fourth ray, we've been given those three energies particularly, the fourth ray, Taurus, and the Ajna Center, and I think there are many, many hints about present and future function and growth of this, group of world servers.
Yes.
Okay. What about Paul?
Paul and Maria Christina have their hands raised.
Okay, let's go with Paul first here, and go ahead, Paul.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Michael Robbins, I have one question for you, and I have one question for Uta. Michael, we worked together back in the 1980s when I lived in Mississippi.
I remember.
Yes, I have been unable to contact you. I have a couple of questions I wanted to ask about the Ray universities. Some way I can get in contact with you?
You bet. I'll tell you what, let's write. You just write to me, infinitize8@gmail.com. Infinitize8@gmail.com. Yeah, I'd like to.
Michael, put your email address on the chat box.
Where do I do it? In the chat box. Oh, gosh, it's too obvious for me. Okay. Infinitize8. Right. We had a good time there that day and 2 days and went into the rays deeply. Okay, you bet, Paul. Infinitize8. Okay, got it. Right.
I don't. I do not see it.
Chat box. Chat.
I'm looking. Oh, I'm looking at questions. I see. I got it. Thank you. And the second question for Uta. I remember that DK said that most groups never complete the first phase, and it sounds like you have, and you're doing wonderfully. And I was wondering how you managed to get through the first phase, which I understand is the ego, where all the egos of your members come up, and that the groups that manage to function often dump everything on the leader, but then it's not, it's not a real group. So I'm curious about your reactions.
Wow, good question. Yes. First of all, let's say some good advantage that we have a lot of second ray in our group. So there's less of this ego challenge to deal with. We have other challenges, but this one is relatively easy for us. Dump on the leader. Yeah, well, there was and still is all kinds of dynamics between the leader and the rest of the group. I think that the fact that we are working as a sevenfoldness, each one holding a ray, is not really a leader. This really makes how you call it, horizontal way to work. It's quite an Aquarian model, which helps a lot to get over these initial things, these personality rubs in the group. When you become a function rather than somebody with a personal agenda, a lot is falling into place, and a lot of other stuff that shouldn't be there falls away.
It doesn't mean that the group hasn't gone through group fires.
Oh yes, we had our share of group fires.
Yes.
I would like to thank you. I think it's short of a miracle that you have such a functioning group, and the fact that you are manifesting what DK has written about, as above, so below.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good to have this model. I think this is really a good thing to think. How is the hierarchy working with the sevenfoldness, with the seven rays, and practice it in the group, trying it out. It's really it's a really practical tool that we can only very heartily recommend for all groups.
Great.
I think it's marvelous.
Thank you,
My
Paul. And
best.
yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Now, Maria Christina had her hand up. Is that correct? And our time is rapidly going forward.
I'm
Let's see.
sorry.
Is she there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Hi. Okay.
Hi, Maria Christina.
Okay. Just go ahead, Maria Christina. Hold on. Wait a second. What's going on here? I can't see you as green. Anyway, I hear you, so that's good enough. Go ahead. Whoops. Self-muted?
She's self-muted.
Self-muted. But that was Maria Christina, right?
There now, I guess I was not, and then after that, I self-muted, but I heard and many warm, heartfelt greetings. Hello, wonderful. Going back to Meditation Ajna Center, Michael mentioned, where the new group of world servers takes our stand, we within the very heart. I just wanted to share a thought from Cosmic Fire. I don't have the sentence at hand, well, and then a second topic. But he mentions just one sentence in Cosmic Fire in the middle of a paragraph that as groups come together to form one group, one larger networking of groups, which I believe was very strengthened to the point of initiatory growth at the time of 2012, New Group of World Servers Festival Week. And as this happens, we create a petal within the center, which I realize would be the Ajna Center, but he says we together, as groups come together, form a petal within a center of the planetary logos, which is, I find, a beautiful thought. And secondly, I would mention, and I do have this quote because the avatar of synthesis has been mentioned quite a bit. And just as we stand within the very heart of the new group of world servers that lighted Antakarana Rainbow Bridge, so too the Nirmanakayas link, sing, we are told, between hierarchy and Shambhala. And so there is a rainbow bridge between our planetary logos and Venus. And I'll just end with one sentence that is a quote from Rays and the Initiations, referring to the avatar of synthesis, that he will charge or galvanize these three groups, the directing agents in Shambhala, the Nirmanakayas, and the new group of world servers, with dynamic energy, and in a mysterious way relate them to each other so that a new synthesis and alignment will be present upon the earth.
Thank you. This around Antakarana thing, you know, it goes all the way up. we just have the very beginning. It is the method of retracting the great emanation, you know. So we just have a start, but he tells us, yes, that it's the new group of world servers is a kind of Antakarana, and I think if we can think of it that way, between hierarchy and humanity, it does enlarge our idea of the function and helps us function better. I do think so. Okay, let's see. We really, now I think, Tuija.
So, Michael, there would be few reading parts, so can we just
now for anybody,
the next
we have I'm sorry, just one second. I'm sorry that we haven't caught everybody here. It would have been nice if we could have, but maybe I can make a or some kind of copy of these things and find a way to make them available. I'm very tempted, but I know that if we do that, we'll be off on another. Okay, so you go ahead, dear.
So thank you for Hechal, Krupp, and Uta. It was really wonderful to listen to you and be in your presence.
Thank you also. Great joy.
Lots of love to you.
Love and hugs.
So they must form the theme of all the propaganda. Oh, I'm sorry. I started from too early. The second precipitation must be born consciously brought about by humanity itself. And it is to facilitate this that the new invocation has been given, and for this reason it must be widely distributed. This precipitation is to be brought about by the gradual engineering of the divine idea in the human consciousness. Above everything else required at this time is a recognition of the world of meaning, a recognition of those who implement world affairs and who engineer those steps which lead mankind onward towards its destined goal, plus a steadily increased recognition of the plan on the part of the masses. These three recognitions must be evidenced by humanity and affect human thinking and action if the total destruction of mankind is to be averted. The next one there. They must form the theme of all the propaganda work to be done during the next few decades until the year 2025, a brief space of time indeed to produce fundamental changes in human thought, awareness and direction, but at the same time, a quite possible achievement provided the new group of world servers and the men and the women of goodwill perform a conscientious task. Evil is not yet sealed. The spread of the Christ consciousness and his recognized presence with us is not yet attained. The plan is not yet so developed that its structure is universally admitted. Evil has been driven back. There are enough people aware of the possibility of divine enlightenment and of the interdependence which is the basis of love to form a potent nucleus, provided again that the inertia so prevalent among spiritual people is overcome. There is divine indication of coming events and a planned progress towards them. And this is already arousing interest among thinkers in many lands. However, the necessary responsive planning is still lacking. So we just have not a minute, but maybe half a minute in the presence, in silence. And in this welcoming stream, we welcome now our dearest, dearest friends from New York. So I'm sorry we don't have images, photos, but we have the image of the group. So the group is welcoming you, Alexandr and Katia. Are you there?
Yes,
Yes,
we are.
of course.
So warmly welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just wanted to express deep gratitude to the Hechal group and to an amazing note that they sent to us and sounded into the group space. And just also wanted to be grateful to them for mentioning New Group of World Service as an entity, because I believe that is one of the most essential realization now, just to realize ourselves as energy beings. And next step is to realize the group as a being. And if we do so, and we recognize the energy flows through the centers of that being, we might receive extra support by connecting to those centers, to resolution of the problems of that magnitude and level. Because when we deal with the problems, which are not just issues of local issues, but the problems of all humanity, and we need to kind of draw high and to invoke the group intuition to receive the energy to work with those issues. And to me, that is the whole subject of this work, for the next year, to bring down into the field, united field, the deeper realization what it is, what is the group, what is the group work, how the group really works, and how we're connected to one another. And so by the 2019, we'll be more prepared and more connected and more united. Over to you, Alexandr.
I want to double check how much time we have and to ask if you could remind us 5 minutes before our times run out that we have only 5 minutes left.
How much do you need?
We can donate it all to silence. Easily.
Yeah, well, it was like we were 5 minutes late, so do you think it would be okay 8:45?
Or 8:50, something.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but if you could remind us 5 minutes before our times run out,
Yes.
that we would summarize.
Yes, we will. Yeah, thank you.
It's in a way it's a blessing for us to be closer to the end of the vigil, because there's so much things been shared, and the group space that's been generated so enriched with potency, and truly I think we could just stay in silence and experience that together, and that would be very empowering experience for us. And I'm grateful that Uta mentioned also the Thursday Silence Initiative. I just want to emphasize that, as for those of you who don't know about that, that it's a suggestion that every Thursday, 10 minutes before 5 o'clock in your local time zone, to get aligned with the World Service Group. And if you can experience, as Uta suggested, as Katia just reiterated, experiencing the World Group as an entity and just be in silence, aligned with the group, just listen in the common space of the group, and then at 5 o'clock sound in the mantra of the new Group of World Service. It's very important experience that we started doing recently in preparation actually to the festival week in December next year, that every week we, on Thursday, the day of Christ, the day of Jupiter, we would align with the energies of Sagittarius, where the Jupiter will be this year, and the energy of Taurus, the sign of the new group of world servers. So please join this great initiative, which actually Tuija suggested at the Sagittarius full moon gathering that we had, and thank you for that. It's really potent. And well, it's difficult to stop thanking because it really feels like a special event today, and it's this is the third one, right, this year that we're getting together around the time of the
yes.
New Year Eve, and I think it's a very important time for us to be together and work as a world group, because this is, I think, a unique time during the year when masses of humanity stand in mass intent, united in a wish for happiness, prosperity, peace, and all good things for their families and to their communities and for everyone in the world. And so this is really that unique time when humanity stands as one family in unanimous simultaneous meditation. And it's a blessing for us to be in our meditation, keeping the vision in focus. And that is a unique opportunity for us to perform our function, to be that planetary ajna center. So thank you so much for all people who organized this vigil and who work behind the scene and keeping this going. I believe it's already like 10 hours. It's just deep gratitude and
yes, it is 10 and a half hours.
When we started thinking about what to bring forward as a sharing, that was exactly the topic on the simultaneous unanimous meditation. That's the phrase that caught our attention, Katia's and my attention. As like several years ago, we were driving from Florida to New York, and we were talking about the world group, and we remembered that phrase, and we started looking and researching, and so we found it in the Dina 2 in section that follows that chapter where Decay shares with us a meditation on the reappearance of the Christ and the money meditation. And there he says, actually I have the quotes on my screen. If I could share my screen, if I could be made a presenter.
Alexandra, here I go. I try to make that happen, okay?
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, just go ahead and show your screen. Show your screen and you should get it.
So in a spirit of ongoing experiment, today I'm connected from my phone because that's how I connected at the very beginning, and now it's impossible to connect the webinar because the capacity has been reached long ago, and it's no way to reconnect.
You can do it now.
It's again?
Yeah, we have two left. Two left. People come and go.
Okay. But yeah, I will show it from my screen on my phone. So it's at the beginning of this section. He says, in this instruction, we will consider the relation of group meditation to the work of the new group of world servers and the necessity of establishing in the world a united world group, given to unanimous and simultaneous meditation upon the work of preparing the world for the new order and for the jurisdiction of the Christ, if I may use such a phrase. So since that time, like a few years ago, this phrase of unanimous simultaneous meditation really got somewhere in the periphery of our group consciousness, and we periodically were coming back to this. But also the second phrase that was even more mysterious than that is this jurisdiction of the Christ. What is that? Like, what did he mean, like jurisdiction of the Christ? And when we're reading this section in preparation for this vigil, it actually has very interesting instructions for us as a group on the meditation on jurisdiction of the Christ, and our part of the work of each of us to meditate on the plan, finding our own role in the plan. And as we all know, that's the preconditions for the Christ reappearance. There's several, and one of them is implementing the principle of sharing. And here in this section, he says that it's that's all economic needs must be met, and that's the question of Trudy, who asked about the poverty. Here in this section, he says that for many millions of people, that's the main focus of the plan. That many millions of people, for many lives ahead of them, that would be the only need that they will have, and we have to accept that and just focus on them. That the economic needs of everyone needs to be met, and that's where the unique role of the Sustainable Development Goals come, and the focus on those, and that each of us would find own place in that vast field of service, if that's possible. And then he talks about the clearing the house of religion and politics, and we talked about this already earlier today, and creating the measure, certain measure of peace should be achieved. And yes, it's more difficult, and I will say a bit about this closer to the end of our sharing. But I want to get back to the this concept of the unanimous simultaneous meditation. I definitely would agree with Maria Cristina, who mentioned that the festival week of the 2012 gave a very powerful boost for the new group of world servers, creating the stimulus for developing the telepathic integration within the group. And that's what I think we all now experiencing, and it becomes the fact of our consciousness through experience of that silence that we hear within the group. And as we prepare to the Festival Week of 2019, there is certain work to be done that would help us to advance this telepathic integration within the new group of world servers. But here's another quote from further in the same section. Katia, maybe you could read it. If you unmute,
yes.
you muted.
Yes, no, I'm okay. Earlier in this introduction, I used the words "as united world group," given to unanimous and simultaneous meditation for the jurisdiction of the Christ. I particularly want to call your attention to this last phrase. To this last phrase, which introduces a new concept into the preparatory work to be done by the new group of world service. The task is through meditation to establish the knowledge and the functioning of those laws and principles which will control the coming era, the new civilization and the future world culture. Until due preparation, much time and effort, spirit and spiritual energy.
You skipped the line, Katia.
I'm sorry. Until the foundation for the common jurisdiction is at least laid, the Christ cannot reappear. If he came without this due preparation, much time, effort, and spiritual energy would be lost. Therefore, we must assume these premises are accepted, that there must be organized in the near future a group of men and women in every country who, under due and proper organization, will simultaneously and unanimously meditate upon those juridical measures and those basic laws upon which the rule of Christ will be founded, and which are essentially the laws of the kingdom of God, the fifth kingdom, in the evolutionary and natural processes of planetary unfoldment. It's Dina 236-237, Dina Volume 2.
And there's another quote.
You can go ahead, Sasha.
I would also call your attention to the words unanimous and simultaneous meditation. They are not idly chosen. A situation which is unanimous is not one which is from the spiritual angle imposed. It is the nature of a spontaneous mutual reaction, a reaction which is evoked by the immediate response of a soul, in touch with its personality, to spiritual truth or intuition, and from this there is no lower mind escape. True unanimity is free decision in response to a presentation of truth which is near the achieved reality as possible. Therefore, it is in the annunciation of truth that security for all men lies. This necessarily involves a deeply spiritual presentation of essential facts. The principle of simultaneity is allied to this, for mutual recognition of an identical approach to truth renders inevitably activity in unison. So as we prepare to the festival week, I suggest us to reflect on these words and what can we do to at least aspire to work in that simultaneous, unanimous mode of connectivity. Helena mentioned those very important conditions for the functioning of the World Service Group in telepathic unison, actually, like just functioning. And the telepathic report is the first one. And the second one was the capacity to preserve a constant consciousness.
Uninterrupted. Yeah.
Uninterrupted consciousness. And those definitely are very high criteria, very high demands. But we know that there is a technique as if, and I believe we can aspire to work in that telepathic rapport as a group by connecting with each other through the network of triangles, connecting, attending events of each other, establishing that like actual physical like eye-to-eye contact, knowing each other, and then linking daily in our meditations. Most likely there may be many other things to be done. Let's reflect on those. Let's share those. Let's collectively reflect on how we can become a telepathically integrated world group. And that, I believe, is the task that is ahead of us as we prepare to Festival Week in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to share some of our experience working during the Festival Week in the previous years. And we know that this festival happens every 7 years, and the previous festival was in 2012, before that in 2005, before that 1998, and so forth. Katia, you've been meditating during the festival week in 1998. Can you share your group experience?
Yeah, it's
and this
such
is not prepared question. Yes, so it's like
no, I understand. It's spontaneous, at least. Yes, we actually started meditating in Moscow in 1998 because Sergey, figured out that this is a great opportunity, and so the group of like real beginners, people who barely knew much about ageless wisdom and the rules of work, and but still, we were there, and I think that was about time when I realized actually what the new group of world service mean, because all of a sudden, compared to our regular meditations, the energy was very different. And that energy, the potent energy that was going through the group at that point, made us, like, although almost drifting, to sleep, from the effort of the meditation to stay, to keep that uninterrupted consciousness going, at least for some period of time. This effort was definitely supported, and lifted up. And since we were meditating and precipitating and intending those energies to support the group work and to support the new group of world service through the next 7 years, we could definitely see that there was a very practical difference after that. And then 2005 came, and it was already very different. And then 2012 and 19, and now looking forward into standing 19 to 2026 and further on, we could see those cycles and rely on those energies coming in, which is I think,
can add to that my first festival week that I meditated with the group was in 2005. And yes, as Katia said, that by that time it was already very different, because we knew what to expect from people who worked in the previous festival week, and that it was the time of very special importance. And so we were prepared, and we planned our activities for all 7 days, that every day our group would meet together and meditate on different topics. And even we prepared the list of topics that we want to meditate for the common good of all, like working on by the 10 seed groups, meditating by all 7 rays, and by all sorts of rules that's spread out through all the books. when the actual 7 days came, the potency of that energy was so powerful that, and that lifted the group consciousness so high that it was like almost like becoming a superhero, a group that becomes that superhero, and that definitely the group that, what is that word that he uses in that phrase in Psychology Volume 2, the group that opens itself up to that energy becomes really a unit of service and units of higher group consciousness for receiving impressions related to the plan. And that energy would come for the all next 7 years after that. So meditating it during those 7 days, we in a way get an upload of the program, and not just the program, but we get an energy, like finance comes from the hierarchy for all the activities for the 7 years ahead, creating that boost for the group activity. Because each of those festivals would mark a boost in the group activity. From that 98, we saw definitely expansion of our group work till 2005. From 2005 to 2012, it was already
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was very different experience. And when we worked in 2012, it was already working with the entire world group, and it was definitely creating the potential for the expansion. And now as we come to the 2019, there is this year of the last year before 2025, this last stride that we as a group expected to make, coming as telepathically integrated unit, meditating simultaneously, unanimously during the festival week.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And
go ahead, Katia.
Yes. So just in reality, it is a phenomena, I believe, that allows the group to be greater than an effort of the individual and disciple. Because this uninterrupted consciousness does exist at least in one of the group. So it's sort of happening simultaneously, and yet counts as one. So that might be the answer to the beginning of that work. The beginning, and I think that is what is driving the 2025 initiative in inviting different groups coming and sharing their experience and practical experience of work. Because each of us, each of the groups that are presenting, or not presenting, but participating, because together again we create that one unit that is at the moment of potent presences of energies working together and sharing that vibration and radiating that and touching without touching, and allowing people just to see that path in more depth, because each of us are working with different subjects, patterns, and although we're all one, yet each of us on an individual level are more connected to certain aspects of work. So it's good to share. It's good to be one and proceed on that path. Over to you, Sasha. I guess we have maybe 1 minute, maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah, and probably here I will ask for a little extension for extra couple more minutes. Just to get back to that part of that quote that was at the beginning about the jurisdiction of the Christ, and that about that part about the measure of peace. We all been observing and to certain degree involved in the unfolding world crisis that started with 2014. And we know that that's the time where the shambolic impact energy reached the physical plane, the impact of 2000, and when the several conflicts started simultaneously unfolding. And in parallel with physical conflicts, there were unfolding conflicts that was dividing parts of the new group of world servers. And by country of birth, both Katia and I were born in the Soviet Union. I was born in Ukraine, Katia was born in Russia. So we are Russian speaking, and through all this last few years, we've been observing emergence of the divide, and that would expand, and it's ideological divide. And even groups follow the same teaching and practice the same meditation. Our vision of certain truth started to differ more and more. And do you still see my screen?
Yes, we do.
And this is the quote that comes from the same section that I was reading before. And I will just read it. The political regimes of the world need orienting to each other. It has never been the divine plan that all nations and races should conform to some standard political ideology or be reduced to uniform general form of government. Nations differ. They have different cultures and traditions. They can function adequately under varying and distinctive governments. Nevertheless, they can at the same time attain a unity of purpose, based upon a genuine desire for the true welfare and progress of all men everywhere. I don't want to go in depth describing. It's probably one of those topics that Michael said it requires a separate webinar, and I'm grateful that you, Michael, and Tuija, you brought this topic of political conflicts to one of the webinars this year, and we've been meditating together on this. So this definitely requires some more time to expand. But the essence of this quote that is here is the essence of that sorry, I'm losing my English, Katia, pretenzia, how do you say? This dividing aspect that exists between the Russian-speaking esoteric communities and English-speaking communities. That's what the Russian-speaking esoteric community put as a forward as aspect of international cooperation that needs to be respected. And I suggested to take it further into our meditation, but listening recently one of the recording of the Russian Goodwill group Capricorn Full Moon webinar, I was really struck by the words that they use towards the Western esoteric community. That we here in the West live in own bubble, and we are a subject of propaganda, and that we have a distorted vision. And it's pretty much the same words that all these years I've been having towards our partners in the Russian-speaking esoteric communities. And this divide is real. And if it's real in our community, definitely has reflection in the world affairs. So I'm putting it forward now at this time as for us to realize that we need to step up our level of reality and come to strive to come as one group, creating spaces where we can talk to each other and we can listen to common silence, the silence that was mentioned before. Because we, among all people, we have opportunity to hear each other and understand each other, and to precipitate that desired measure of peace that is one of the preconditions for the appearance of the Christ. So let's look for the ways how we can create those spaces where we can talk to each other, where we can meditate together and focus the common vision.
And attain the unity of purpose, right?
And exactly, and that's where I was looking at. Attain a unity of purpose based upon a genuine desire for the true welfare and progress of all men everywhere.
Over.
Over.
Thank you so much, Katia and Alexandr. Very important things we should have also for that real work. How do we actually now, during this past or last years, how do we heal these parts? We have a lot of separation in our field as well, as we know, and all of us who are now present, we should maybe come together and think about more practical things. How do we come then towards the end of this era of the Forerunner, that we could win those things within us, and like Hechal group in Israel, we're working with Palestinians and Israelis. So these are the things, the wounds which are coming from far, far in human history. And we are all part of it. And also we are now the part of the bridge, what should be appearing in very manifested ways on physical form among human family and different groups in human family. Again, time is not enough. Like last year, maybe next year we will learn that we still have to have more time. But warm-heartedly, thank you for Katia and Shasha, and we will have a maybe short group discussion. Or do you want to say, Michael, something?
Yes, I think a group discussion. That's what we're going to have. I want to say, Tuija, if you could do that.
Okay.
You know, before he died, Roberto Saggioli, who has been much quoted and much referred to here, you know, he was a very diverse individual, and he was deeply involved in this whole Jewish question, as well as the psychological question. He was an eminent psychologist and psychotherapist, and he said something which bears out for all of us and would prevent the kinds of psychological projection that we even have among our groups. You know, we have to overcome that. And he said of the individuals involved who are spiritual types, he says, make sure they do their psychological work, their individual psychological work. I don't think that we have to assume that there's any one of us who doesn't have some work to do which would facilitate the harmony, the unity, within groups and cooperation among groups. So it's the new and coming science, you know, and DK wrote extensively on it, and it's going to be one of the very first sciences to really appear and gain its recognition among the soft sciences, so to speak. So I think we have to keep that in mind. We all have a lot of clarification to do within our psyche. And if we're honest, you know, we can see places where we've failed and where we don't have to fail again. And I'm just recommending that as a method by which the groups themselves can eventually form this great simultaneous kind of unanimous meditation. And it goes along with the dispelling of individual glamour, you know. Psychology and the dispelling of glamour, they really go together. So I just, you know, recommend it for myself. I recommend it for everybody. There is still individual work to be done, even as we think in group terms. So that's what I have to say before our general discussion. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay. Well, I'll handle this as long as I'm there for the moment. Alexandra, let's see, what do we got here? Oh, yeah, right. Okay, well, we have work to do. We have work to do. And
shall we turn first
and
Alexandra
your screen? Actually.
Can you turn on your screen? And
okay, I'm going to change my screen, and we'll let Alex speak in just a moment here. I hope I can make myself presentable. I mean the presenter here. All right. Whoops, something just happened. Someone's making me a presenter, or am I doing that myself? No, apparently not. Here we go. All right. So, and is the screen now showing properly?
Yes.
And the next one.
It does.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, and I just want to say, you know, about the 2025 group, I'm so impressed by the single-minded focus on this very important date. I mean, of course, so many things go into it, you know. You can focus in a single-minded way and still gather into it a very diverse a collection of necessities, requirements, and along the way, you can mobilize and galvanize many people. So I just think it's great that there is such a group that really holds our attention to the 2025 fire. So that's to support you, Alexandr, Katia, and all your friends, and many of whom have spoken on the program. It's just excellent. So thank you so much. Okay, now, next.
Thank you, Michael. I just want to address that to our whole group, because there is a whole group that works behind the scene to hold the space and intention.
Indeed. Excellent. Okay. Now, Michael, are you still with us? Kind of. I think so, maybe. Okay. Anyway. Excuse me.
Still here.
Would you be so kind as to single out anybody that has questions or wishes to speak or whatever? By the way, I was right there. Alexandra wishes to speak, so I'll just press her microphone and then you can take it from there. Go ahead, Alex.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I typed in the message section, bravo, because Alexandr and Katia, that was magnificent. And following on from what Uta and Hechal said, it's so touching about the unity of purpose and the group as an entity. So I just wanted to say something, so much to say in so little time, so I'll be very brief. First of all, I was thinking of the keynote for each year. And I can remember in the beginning of 2017, after the shocks we'd been through in the West, in US and UK in 2016, I remember speaking about and thinking about hope, and it just seemed to be the important spiritual quality that we needed to affirm was hope. And then we went through that year and we got to the beginning of 2018, and it came to mind courage, because we'd had so much hope, but we had to face so much, and the world and the nations and the disciples and the aspirants. And so courage came to mind, and then I was reflecting on this year, and I thought, well, when you've had so much hope and you've had so much courage, and we've come together courageously and firmly to support the integrity and the unity of the world against other forces, then what? And things seem to constantly be falling apart. And I was reminded by Maria Christina Amaral, I was speaking to earlier, to keep holding the vision, and to do that, the importance of the group. And for me, the importance of, as things seem to fall apart, and especially here at the UK, as we stand at a precipice at the beginning of this year, this necessity for silence and for drawing within and to coming to the still point and synthesizing all that's been and what happens now, and the strength that is needed to hold the vision comes from the group. And we've come together, and Alexandr, 2025, the whole initiative to create these spaces where we can connect and we can come together, so important. But also so important, as Uta said, to recognize that the new group of world service is an entity and it's always there, and how much I've been aware of that this year. I mean, we stood for the integrity and unity of Europe, but we can always stand for the integrity and unity in the world. And when Alexandr speaks about these divisions within the group, it makes me think of family, because it is a family, and families arguing, and then something tragic happens, and they stop their differences for a moment, and they come together to work together and have courage and hope and unity through that tragedy. And what comes to mind is that I was just thinking this as Alexandr was speaking. There's a famous line in To Kill a Mockingbird where Atticus says to Scout, "It's not time to worry yet." What we need to realize is we don't worry, but it is time to take a stand. It is important. It is crucial now. And I think Phillip spoke about this, the historical moment we're standing in. So maybe if the family recognizes that it's time to worry, it's time to practice, it's time to come together, and it's time to be together and know that, just as this image that's on the screen in front of us now, that we're all there. And this fortress, we've spoken, Michael, about this word fortress, is so powerful and is so needed now. And I'm just very moved to say that. And I'm sure it's going to happen, that this esoteric United Nations is going to become stronger and stand as a bulwark for unity and for truth. It's my feeling is I'm not moving. I'm standing here. I'm standing here in this light, and I'm with my group, and this group is growing, and I'm not moving. And so I just wanted to say that and thank everyone for putting those ideas across earlier. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much. It was a stand in spiritual being, stand immovably in spiritual being. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now let's see.
There are a number of comments and questions, but Frida has her hand raised.
Okay.
So I am unmuting her.
Okay.
She is self-muted.
Hello?
Frida.
There you are.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for these wonderful presentations. And Alexandr and Katia, that was really lovely. I was very interested by what you had to say about this perceived division between the Russian esoteric groups and perhaps English-speaking groups. Wondered if you could just maybe give us some thoughts or some ideas on how to bridge this gap or potentially heal these divisions.
Where, Alexandr? Alexandr.
Yeah. Well, he's getting to the mic.
Yes, I'm here.
I would say that, remember several things, that there are array differences, and just like you need to remember that Russia is a country on the South Ray. South Ray Soul, which is a hard ray line, and it's going to be always very different from the others when that's like US secondary line. And also remembering that each of us hold part of the vision, and just hearing in one another, that always helps. So what do you have to add, Sash?
It's a very big question, and I don't have the answer to that. I see that the same as during the Cold War, where people's diplomacy was one of the solutions that brought bridging between the two. I would use the word civilization. It worked. So the same thing, I think, should be happening now. We should create spaces where we can share and hear each other, and we'll be looking for those possibilities to do that. But as Katia said, yes, it's just recognizing uniqueness of each other, and that each of us has part of the message, that nobody has the monopoly for the vision. And only when we bring together our pieces of puzzle can come together.
And also, I would say that there's an issue of integration, and that's referring back to Michael, who suggested looking deeper into understanding of the work of the Ajna Center, which is the integrating center. And that is our task, I think, in depth, to integrate the vision and work with it as from this detached, observing point of view in a way, but yet ground into the very practical level, and see what comes from that, as well, by the fruit, so to speak, because interpretation can be very dividing and separating. But if you look at the consciousness rather than on the form, and it just also helps.
And one more thing I would add is that recognition that this divide is artificial, and it's been, I think, cultivated by our brothers on the darker side, and that we should recognize that, and it's not just us esotericists, but in general, that this division between the countries, it's been supported and exaggerated, target as purposefully, And for us, we need to recognize that our enemy is not in another country. Our enemy are those brothers in the darker path, and they work in each nation. The same as we, the new group of world service present in every nation, they also. And so it's divided not between the West and East, not between the US and Russia or whatever. It's the divide comes within each country. And when we recognize that, I think that will help us to rectify the front line much more precisely.
Okay, let's go on. Other, Michael, other statements, questions?
Martha has written, thank you, Alex and Katia, for your expression of truth in the progress of group work. And then asks, why are the Sustainable Development Goals highlighted during the New Moon sector of the 2025 World Servers Network?
When I was reading this section in the DINA 2, I thought like, wow, there's so much for this SDG meditation project. And that's exactly the reason we are doing that. And that's absolutely true. We not quite understand often what comes to us, and then only later it unfolds and falls in place. And the use of the new moon cycle that's the time of the precipitation of the energies of the full moon. That's where the energy getting grounded and where the work of magic happens. That's when we creating the physical conditions for the manifestation. And it's in a way very interesting analogy if we think that the common festival week will be during the new moon and during the eclipse, while the 2012 and 2026 festival weeks are during the full moons, and Phillip talked about the importance of those. So there is certain significance that this coming festival week will be during the new moon phase, so to speak, of the cycle, 7-year cycles. And so there is opportunity for grounding and manifesting, working with the group intention.
Okay, thank you.
Going back much further, Joe asked, doesn't telepathic unity require that individuals contact with their own souls, and that is the unanimous and simultaneous contact mentioned?
Yes, exactly. And that brings us back to the importance of individual alignment and individual work to be done, building the Antakarana. That's we learn to function as souls, and we learn to maintain that continuity of the consciousness. And if we're not there yet, we work as if. And that's one of the about simultaneous unanimous meditation is that one of the dangers which DK mentioned in the same section is that example of the imposed unanimity in Soviet Russia he gives, and that's what he says: the true world server, true disciple will resist with all his or her soul. And so the response, this unanimous simultaneous response that he's talking about, is this spontaneous response of your own soul that comes with the law of resonance. And that's recognition that becomes the criteria of your involvement into this simultaneous unanimous meditation. It's not something that's organized, and it's we know that he talks that the new group of world service cannot be formalized or organized in any way. At the same time, here in these passages, he's talking about the organization. So I believe he talks here about the process of creating this kind of telepathic infrastructure. It's like an electrician putting up the wire into the walls, preparing to that moment when the switch will be turned on and the light will go on. So that's the moment of the inner resonance when we recognize the impulse and the light goes on, and unanimous simultaneous meditation happens.
Alexandr, and the individual who asked this question, I'm sorry I'm not located on it, but I do want to say that there are many kinds of telepathy, and solar plexus telepathy can exist without any soul in it, and mental telepathy can also exist without any soul. But the minute you start talking about unanimous, this has to do with the anima, this has to do with the soul. And therefore it's a higher form of telepathy that is required, and not the more normal kinds that many people might be able to develop or find that they possess. We are aiming higher, and for that, of course, we have to be increasingly the soul-infused personality. So that's an answer to your question. Doesn't telepathic unity? Yes, maybe unity requires it, of course. Okay. Okay.
Absolutely.
We're going to start soon, so let's. We're going to start our service meditation broadcast quite soon. So let's move on quickly if we can. Okay. Are there any other people who have not spoken that that have asked or have offered something we haven't read? We seem to have many things that we've read before.
Right. Nasa writes, would it be possible to do more gatherings similar to what the Hechal group led us through? Group gatherings and linkings strengthen the connections of the new group of world servers.
Well, you know, anything is possible. Maybe you want to address yourself to that, Alexandr and Katia.
Yes. Now, like in the last couple of months, there were several gatherings where we would invite people to come together and meditate together on that question, how we can prepare for the festival week. And it's an ongoing experiment how we can work in meditative circles online. And so we're definitely committed to doing that, and we're looking forward to support creation of those circles. And later this year, there will be a new initiative started with different circles in different language groups, people sharing, coming together. That's as much as I can say now.
That's good. So keep in touch then with Alexandr. That would be the best way, because this is an evolving process, and it will emerge strongly during the next few years. Okay, Michael, is there anything else? Because we need time to switch.
Yeah. One last comment from a person whose name is Waiting for Name. Just a comment. Just a comment for the presentation from Jerusalem. Such a strong continuity of integration there. Lovely, powerful. Congratulations on your success and determination. Love, light, and power shared with you. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much.
Very beautiful.
And as we said in our presentation, we are doing every month around the new moon Jerusalem meditation, which is very much very similar to what we were leading today. So you're very welcome to join us for this.
Yeah. I think we find that the radio has a different definition than it did when DK wrote this, and indeed the teaching is going forth over the radio. And we're all parts of it. We're connected here, and the chances for increasing integration, I think are very good. Okay, Michael, is there anything else?
Let's call it done for now.
Yeah.
You know, because like in 10 minutes we should start already the broadcast, and I have, if Michael, you would go to number 31, we skip again something, but there are some of the greetings from our group members that I wanted to read for you. The yes, this one. So I'm sorry that we are needing to close so quickly, but I want to express our gratitude to all of those who were presenting today, Phillip, William, Elena, Uta, Hechal group, and Sasha and Katia, and also warm-heartedly gratitude to our staff who have been there behind the scenes and making everything go so smoothly. And Michael, thank you, and everybody you who have been there, huge amount. And let us listen these lovely greetings from some of your brothers and sisters around the world. Christ through us, we through him. Together we build the new temple of humanity on earth. Together with the spiritual hierarchy and the Christ we chant. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. May people of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all be the keynote at this time. Glory to God, peace on earth, and goodwill towards men. Love and blessings to one and all, Halina and Sheldon. Greetings, dear friends and co-workers. May 2019 bring us spiritual fulfillment as we work together to bring in the highest and best for humanity and our world. We know we will face challenges, but together with love, light, and will to good, we will support and encourage each other and strengthen our group effort. And indeed, it is a group effort. For all are needed in this world work in the 7th year cycle of the new group of world servers. So I am sending much love, light, joy, and many blessings to all as we welcome 2019. Onward, Olivia Hansen. With a heart full of love, I come with thoughts of warm companionship, I come, and with the one silence I come. Jean Fields. Dearest Tuija, Michael, and all beloved sisters and brothers, with a humble gratefulness for all that we already have been building, with an open heart and mind, and with firmly trust and patience, let's walk our talk together in inner silence, year by year. Happy New Year 2019. Lots of love. Winnie Lenbeck. Greetings and Happy New Year of 2019 to all. It is with gratitude and great honor that I accept Maria Cristina Amaral and the group's invitation to join the new group of world servers in the final years of the Forerunners. I send love, peace, health, and prosperity, and most of all, a unifying spirit that recognizes the oneness of all mankind, made in the image of the Most High God. Please remember me in your prayer for the immediate release from the impoverishing energy that has bounded my life for the past 14 years. By the power of the Most High God, that energy has decapitated into the nothingness from which it came, so be it. And this is C.F. Hale. I thank all co-workers who have made possible the great education work, especially Michael and Tuija, and with strengthening challenges for the coming year, 2019. Love, light, and power are your hands, Sola. Beloved global family, I want to thank you all for a wonderful, important work for Humanity 2018 under the guidance of our teachers, Tuija and Michael. I look forward to continue this loving work during 2019. Loving light, powerful blessings to all of you by Marianne Larsson. And then blessings of fortification, unification, and grace dispensation, utmost gratitude, Godspeed, Eva Overholt. And good wishes to all who seek to help mankind, Terry Chivers. So, dearest friends, this was the greetings, from me. Deep, deep gratitude, lots of blessings, lots of strength, lots of power, lots of happiness, lots of everything. It's all going to be 2019. And then we have some years go ahead, and we will do a lot of good work during the coming months.
I think all that lots of, you see that Jupiter is trying to everything in Tuija's chart, especially these days. Okay, look, folks, here we are going back to our broadcast, which, well, maybe it won't start in 3 or 4 minutes. It's almost there. We have great gratitude for all of you. It's been a wonderful coming together of thought and heart and vision and revelation and possibility for the coming year and beyond. So with deep gratitude from all of us, we will now switch over to the other program. If you want to join us, Tuija is not preventing, but excuse me, a little busy. Oh yeah. Okay. It's getting late. We're going to have
so much.
Service meditation. Thank you, Alexandr. Thank you, all the wonderful groups, Hechal and 2025 Initiative, and all the groups you represent. Thank you, every one of you. And now we will say a little goodbye over here, and we'll go over to We Start Soon, which is being broadcast right at this moment. Okay, thank you, and bye-bye. Lots of love from all of us. Bye-bye.